Times when there's a time like this that we're waiting for someone, and that is here right now. It is because we need to reflect on why we're here. Internally, each one of us has a reason that's brought us here. We have directions from ancestors, from the spirit nation, from our internal guidance that is part of the blood memory of the people here as well as of our own ancestors. So when we have these pauses in time, please go inside yourself and find that reasoning. And then also to say a little prayer for those of us who are honored to be sitting here and receiving your prayer and to send back guidance. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. I just want to confirm that you can. Welcome, everybody. My name is Natalia Green. I'm Secretary of the International Rights of Nature Tribunal. And for me, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all today. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the International Rights of Nature Tribunal. It is an international institution set up by the people of the world to investigate, hear, and decide cases involving alleged violations of the Universal Declaration to the Rights of the Mother Earth, and to promote both the universal acceptance among the people of the world that we have the duty to respect the intrinsic rights of all natural beings, the universal observance and the rights and duties contained in the Universal Declaration to the Rights of Mother Earth. This declaration was approved by the World People's Conference on Climate Change and the Rights of Mother Earth, meeting in Cochabamba, Bolivia in 2010, where 142 countries represented in this conference with more than 33,000 people accepted this declaration. The tribunal also takes into account all the applicable laws in many countries, like my country, Ecuador, that recognize in its constitution that nature is a subject of rights. It also recognizes international judgments, like the decision of the Constitutional Court of Colombia that recognizes the Atrato River and also the Amazon as a subject of law, and also international human rights law, and of course, the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. In this case, we'll be following these international provisions, as well as other, of course, human rights provisions and the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People and the ILO Convention. The tribunal is governed by its ethical and philosophical foundations that inspire the declaration, especially that all inhabitants of the earth are part of the universe, and that we have to respect this order, recognize and accept the intrinsic nature of Mother Earth, protect all the species that coexist with the human species in order not to continue destroying nature, and stop considering it as a mere commodity that can be taken advantage of, exploited, and degraded, and ignored. These tribunal verdicts that are going to be the result of these verdicts will provide a much needed tool to fight for environmental justice. The International Rights of Nature Tribunals is a civic ethic tribunal model in the International War Crimes Tribunal, in the Permanent People's Tribunal, and other grassroots efforts to compensate for the failure of the state to deliver justice, and now calls for justice upon the whole world, the United Nations, and all nations in general to take into account what we have been doing for years, that is to defend the fundamental and inherent rights of nature. We have had 5 International Rights of Nature Tribunals in Quito, Lima, Paris, Bonn, and Glasgow, 2 regional tribunals in Chile and Europe, and 11 local tribunals. This is going to be the 12th local tribunal, in addition to some visits that we have been doing to kidneys, to the Amazon, Vaca Muerta. What we do in these International Rights of Nature Tribunals, because it's an ethical tribunal, is that these amazing judges that we're going to hear today, and that Shannon is going to have is going to present us, have been chosen because of their ethical and moral authority and trajectory. Because of this trajectory, we accept them as authorities, and we welcome you all today, and are very happy to have you here. As a tribunal, we have also called the perpetrators to be here today. Unfortunately, they have not accepted our invitation, but it is my duty to tell you who we have invited. We have invited Matthew Egerling, Deputy General Counsel of MVP, and he did not answer. Director Mike Roldan from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, and they replied back saying that they are not available. Secretary Carol Hart from the Department of Environmental Protection, in Charleston, and Secretary Lisa Visser, North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Administration. We did not get an answer from them. So we are going to start by having Shannon Biggs, our co-secretary, share a little bit about the bio of these amazing judges that we have the honor of listening today, and who will be able to listen to all the evidence expressed by the witnesses and the experts that we're going to listen to this morning.
Thank you, Natty. And thank you to the esteemed judges and for 7 Directions of Service for bringing us together today for this historic event. The judges, as you may know, this is the first Indigenous-led tribunal in the world. Yes. So without further ado, I'd like to present these amazing judges, starting with Casey Camp Horinek, who is the president of the Yesah Tribunal. She is a traditionalist, a wisdom keeper, speaker, author, actor, and drum keeper of the Ponca Patata Women's Scout Dance Society. Casey Camp Horinek is an elder of the Ponca Nation of Oklahoma and has been on the forefront of global Indigenous rights of nature movement for over a decade. Instrumental in the drafting of the International Women's Treaty protecting the rights of Mother Earth and the adoption of the very first rights of nature and rights of rivers statutes by a tribal nation on Turtle Island, Casey is firm in the knowledge that Indigenous solutions are the answer to climate chaos. Casey is a board member of Movement Rights, Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, Earthworks, and chairwoman of the Indigenous Council of the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. Casey, we welcome and thank you for being here as president of the tribunal. We are very also honored to welcome Lameshia Whittington. Lameshia is a disruptor of harmful systemic inequalities that burden frontline and marginalized communities of color and low wealth populations. Lameshia is a visionary on the Underground Railroad of eco-liberation and system change to remove oppression of legacy pollutions in Black communities, to remove health inequities created by socioeconomically disadvantaged communities, targeted for waste, and to champion the autonomy and sovereignty of powerful communities across the South and global U.S. South. Professor Whittington, alongside Democracy Green, has assisted communities in receiving federal funding for water infrastructure, including a recent $13.2 million award to develop clean water infrastructure for the first time in history, and of an unincorporated Black community. She has supported the direct movement of over $75 million to communities across the U.S. South since the global pandemic. North Carolina Governor Ray Cooper appointed Professor Whittington to serve on the North Carolina Water Treatment Certification Board, and she was again appointed to the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Justice and Equity Advisory Board by Secretary Elizabeth Beiser. In 2024, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency appointed Professor Whittington to serve on the Local Government Advisory Committee. Professor Whittington created the nation's very first research on racial gerrymandering and pollution hotspots in marginalized communities, and then again on intersection of PFAS and environmental justice. Professor Whittington published The Impacts of Wood Pellets and Environmental Justice Communities for State Agencies and Nonprofits. Her work in emerging contaminants led her to successfully file and win a petition to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency alongside her mother and brother, challenging major pollutants in their home state of North Carolina. Professor Whittington's work was instrumental in designing U.S. EPA PFAS roadmap. Her research was then included in the nation's first clinical guidelines to the CDC on PFAS testing. Professor Whittington is an adjunct professor in the Division of Sociology at Meredith College and Diversity and Environmental Justice Lecturer at the College of Natural Resources at North Carolina State University. She was the 2022 ABC 11 Climate Change Hero, highlighted as an ABC 6 Our America Green Guardians, and has chosen and was chosen as a Clinton Global Initiative GRIST 50 Fixer. Professor Lamisha Whittington is the eco architect. Thank you for being here, Lamisha. Hartman Dietz. Hartman Dietz is a Mashpee Wampanoag who has been active in the environmental and cultural stewardship for over 20 years. The stewardship is based on his spiritual foundation in his native traditions that value the earth as a living being. Hartman is also returning to his work with the Wampanoag Language Reclamation Program as a student and a teacher. Dietz is a traditional artist as well as singer and dancer, having shown his art in galleries from coast to coast across the U.S. Hartman Dietz is currently engaged with advocacy work for the Charles River Watershed Association, advocating for the health and restoration of the Charles River, as well as other campaigns around Native rights to access waterways and the protection and restoration of Mashpee water quality and water quality in general for the future of humanity. Thank you, Hartman, for being here. Heather Milton Lightning has over 20 years of organizing experience from local issues to international campaigns. Heather was a founding member of the Native Youth Movement that empowered youth politically and socially to make change in their communities. Based in Winnipeg, MB, Manitoba? Okay, based in Winnipeg, Manitoba in 1995. She helped found Winnipeg's first Native youth organization called Aboriginal Youth with Initiative Inc. in 1998 through her position as an associate director. Heather then went on to found and build a national Native youth network that supported Native youth organizing across the US and Canada with the Indigenous Environmental Network. She was a former member of the United Nations Environment Program's Youth Advisory and has extensive experience in lobbying internationally through the United Nations and other international areas on Indigenous peoples' issues. Heather's work since then has been to build capacity and find resources that help local Indigenous communities, from funding board participation on the Funding Exchange Saguaro Fund, Honor the Earth, and currently at the Cloudberry Collective, to founding the Indigenous Peoples Power Project, IP3, to train Indigenous peoples on nonviolent direct action tools. Heather's work includes movement building throughout her former position as National Native Organizer for both US social forums in Atlanta and Detroit. She is a former organizing member of the Second People of Color Environmental Justice Leadership Summit and was formerly the director and co-director of the Canadian Indigenous Tar Sands Campaign, working to support frontline impacted Indigenous communities. She was a founding member of the Indigenous Climate Action, ICA, who is the only Indigenous climate organization in Canada. Heather is currently consulting with many different organizations, doing training, facilitating, and supporting work for Indigenous communities while working on finishing a master's degree at York University in Toronto on Indigenous just transition. We thank you, Heather, for being here with us today. Patrick Suarez is an enrolled citizen of the Marin Nation Clan. Patrick has served as powwow chairman and is the current councilman for the Marin Nation for 5 years. He is an occupational therapist and received a BS in recreational therapy from East Carolina University in 2003. Masters of Occupational Therapy from Winston-Salem University in 2006. His vision is to progress his nation and restore and revive Iroquois culture and ceremonies. Patrick is the co-founder of Red Hawks American Indian Educational and Cultural Awareness Council, Inc., a 501c3 nonprofit focusing on promoting Indigenous culture throughout the Triad region. Patrick currently serves as the co-director of 17 Rivers, North Carolina American Indian Movement. Finally, Patrick is a father of 4 girls. Thank you, Patrick. I'd like to also introduce our Earth prosecutor for today, Pam Martin. Pamela Martin is a professor of political science and the HTC Distinguished Honors Fellow at Coastal Carolina University in Conway, South Carolina, where she teaches courses in international relations, environmental politics, sustainability, and coastal resilience. Environmental politics, sustainability, and coastal resilience, just to recap that. Martin is also the executive director of the RISE Center, a United Nations University Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development. She has published numerous articles and books on global environmental policy, energy, and sustainable development. Her recent book, co-authored with Craig Kaufman by MIT Press, is entitled The Politics of Rights of Nature: Strategies for Building a More Sustainable Future, examines new policies and tools for sustainable development based on rights of nature approaches within communities. Martin works with organizations and communities to build sustainability and resilience plans towards measurable process. We're honored to have Pamela Martin serve as our Earth prosecutor today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll give the word to our president, Casey Horinek, to start this program. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you. Thank you. Latia, Judy, Witike, Panka, Abade, Manchte, Panka, Oklahoma. Uahe Tamajik, that Tinike, Ganke Gi, that te aki. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's a beautiful day to wake up today, and I wanted to tell you that my true name is Judy. Casey Camp Horinek is my colonized name. I'm Panka, which means sacred head, from the plains of Oklahoma, the occupied territory. We're originally the Panka from Nebraska, or Nebraska. And we were forcibly removed when my grandpa was 8 years old, forced to walk the 800 miles into the southern plains. My mother was of the first generation born in captivity on a reservation. And I tell you these things to let you know that I am the sum of that. I am the ancestors' voice at this time of prophecy. So I don't claim those nice things that were said about me, because they came naturally. When one comes into these positions as a hereditary drumkeeper, or sits in this position because of 7 directions of service and what they've done, and what Garn has done, and movement rights has done, and each of these esteemed judges have done, then one has to recognize that you're merely the voice for those who can't speak at this time. And when I talk about those things in the verbiage of I, it should be we. But also when I'm hearing these kind of amazing accolades that each one of these humans have contributed on behalf of their ancestors and their future generations, it comes to me to be reminded of the most important part of myself, and that is of a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, an auntie, a sister, a niece, a descendant of those that walked that trail of tears. And that for your ancestors to invite us here is much larger than anything that we can express. Oh, I also want to say I am a graduate of MIT, and that would be matriarch in training. My eldest undergraduate sitting right in front of us up here is my daughter Julia, who is the future drum keeper for our Palata society that's been handed down through the generations. The voices that we are attempting to understand and to decipher is another way of expression of my people. Oftentimes, those who sit in positions where they're the ones who pour water in the sacred Iyupi, the sweat lodge, or the ones who conduct the Sundance ceremony, for this is a ceremony within the territories of these relatives, are called Yesah. And in our language, that means translator. It is our job, our honor, to come here to translate from a position of our traditional ways of being that each of us carry within us in the blood memories that come through us, in the genetics, the very DNA that we all have, no matter where we're from. Turtle Island is where we're from. But we could be from another portion of Mother Earth that offers us through the very plants that grow, that we eat in the mornings. The sacred water herself that flows through all things and offers us life on this sacred day. The winds that join the breaths that you and I are sharing today, that connects us deeply with all the winds that have ever blown before through the trees, through the trunk of an elephant, through the rising of the carbon from the earth herself, through the sacred oil and gas that is ripped from our Mother Earth and abused, from the four legs who have offered themselves, and the winged ones who have offered themselves, and those with fins that live within the waters that our young relative here from Seven Directions, Crystal, is working so hard for, because she hears them. She accepts the knowledge of those that flow. Strange things come to mind. I was thinking I was watching a Bruce Lee movie, right? And he was saying, be like water. And I went, I didn't know you thought like that, Bruce. Because that's how we feel. That is our traditional ways. And within his traditional ways, within his sacred understandings of how to walk this walk on our Mother Earth, he understood that simple thing, that water herself is the guiding force, that the Moon Mother is in charge of the rhythms of humankind, in charge of the rhythms of the great Mother Ocean, in charge of the rhythms that even bring us into the thought patterns of where we are today and what we're doing at this time of prophecy. Prophecy talked to us when I was a young woman in the American Indian movement in the early 1970s, when my daughter was just a child. My brothers were in Wounded Knee, 73, fighting for the civil rights of the folks. My daddy was there as well. And we were being pinned down by snipers when she was trying to play at a prayer meeting. I remember all of those things. And I remember the Yesah, who were conducting the ceremonies at that time, telling us about this time they called the purification. That's what the spirits called it. And the purification, my understanding, is now that of what the other folks called climate change. The earth is purifying herself, as she must do because of the harm that humankind has inflicted on her. And she's not prejudiced against her children, us. She loves us. She wants us to have clean air, clean water, clean earth, because the great mystery set those in place. And if we look at the natural laws that are in play, those natural laws are creating this time of purification through larger hurricanes and tornadoes and wildfires, floods and droughts, and rebelling against the GMO products that are there, rebelling against the idea of grabbing a breath, calling it carbon and trading it for the idea of polluting, grabbing that breath and trying to shove it down into our mother, the earth, and call it carbon sequestration, and many of the other false solutions that have come so the extractive industry can continue to cause the harm that it's doing right now. So when I think of rights of nature, and I think of the cosmology of the indigenous judges here, and what's been set before us with Mountain Valley Pipeline, then I can only see it in the context that the Yesah have taught us. How do we translate and help to understand that human beings are not separate from nature, but indeed we are nature protecting itself at this time? And that for our two-legged species to be the only one that has broken the natural law, then who do we have to talk to as judges on this tribunal? We have to speak to those that call themselves power because they're mistaken. The true power is the natural law. The true power is the living things that have stayed within the natural law. The true power is what they call nature when they look out the window, what we call relatives that we have relationship with. The very cells that grew this body within the womb of my mother was within the first medicine that all humans experience, and that's water. That's sacred water. These very cells that sit and have a voice in front of you were fed by the corn, were nursed at the breast of my mother and at the breast of Mother Earth with what she fed us and gave us. And when we came forth into this earth with these cells, this robe wrapped around the spirit, we went, and the breath came, the winds came, the warmth of the fire was in us. The water from that breast nourished us. And so as we listen today, as we sit in this prayerful manner, we ask you to help us with your knowledges, with your prayers, with your energy, to hear correctly, to speak the truth, and to honor the rights of nature. Thank you. At this time, we'd like to call this court to order.
Madam President, may I approach the podium?
You may.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. Recognizing the rights of Mother Earth, of which all living beings are a part as interdependent and interrelated communities, this tribunal will establish the absolute source of life of the Haw River and its tributaries, its creeks, as well as other afflicted rivers, the Dan, the Roanoke, the Elk, the Gauley, the Greenbrier rivers, its watersheds, its tributaries, all those communities, and how important they are for North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, communities, lives, living beings, livelihoods, but also for their cultural, their cosmological, their spiritual connections, and their relationships that span generations and will continue to span generations for our future together. An impact to the Haw River, which we visited while we've been staying here, and the rivers impacted by the Mountain Valley Pipeline. This impact is intergenerational in scope, and it is a violation of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Mother Earth, which is our base of jurisprudence today. We also recognize as a base of jurisprudence the Kumon-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, which recognizes the need to live in harmony with Mother Nature for all living beings. We need to today recognize a loss of 25% of species that are assessed, and recognize that about 1 million of our living species are no longer with us extinct, that our biosphere, our ecosystem, all of the living beings around us are in peril. We further recognize international law for the UN Council on Human Rights, that the United Nations has recognized the fundamental right to live in a clean and healthy environment for all of us, all beings. We also recognize and are part of the expert panel on the UN Harmony with Nature, United Nations Harmony with Nature program, which works hand with all of us to support this work, the rights of nature. Today, our experts will testify to the unique community of interrelated beings of these rivers, the Haw River watershed, and the rivers I mentioned, and their tributaries, and their biological diversity. They will speak to not just the utility, simple utility, but to the absolute multitude of beauty and interrelated beings that have great cultural impact and cosmological impact for these communities. And these communities that are indigenous, non-indigenous, and multiple generations, creating indelible links of sacred spaces upon which health and the very existence one to the other is integral and necessary. The experts today will testify to this 17,000 square mile watershed as a home to a variety of fish, our finned friends, and the wildlife and nature that are here, including the blue heron, the bald eagle, the beaver, the deer that I saw this morning, the otter, the largemouth and smallmouth bass, the bowfin, the crappie, the carp, the bluegill, and so many others that our experts will talk about. The mussels, shouldn't forget. The Haw also contains important habitat for the endangered Cape Fear shiner, and an assortment of rare and freshwater mussel species, as noted by our colleagues in Colombia, in South America, along the Rio Atrato. They note the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the rights of these species and the species that interrelate and depend on one another through indigenous customs and cosmology. Those rights are biocultural rights. And that country does not have a rights of nature law, but it has a legal system that supports both the biodiversity and the necessity of biodiversity interrelated with cultural rights and community rights. That's what we will discuss today. We will make that point clear. And so extending these cosmological and biocultural rights in nature beyond simple economic gains and outputs to intrinsic and inherent recognition of rights one or the other. Culture cannot be separated from nature. They are intertwined. And the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples calls for free, prior, and informed consent with respect to violating Indigenous cultural, religious, and spiritual property. And in line with these rights, our witnesses today will testify to the bonds of Indigenous peoples and communities, to these rivers and these watersheds that I mentioned, and the impacts of the Mountain Valley Pipeline and the Southgate expansion. Our witnesses will explain how their lives have been changed because of this pipeline, and they will speak on behalf of the other beings that are impacted around them and with them. You will hear them speak about sediment that is built up in rivers that once flowed freely, and how that sediment is suffocating other living beings. You will hear them talk about and use words like turbidity and pollution that is caused by the pipeline and its construction. You will hear about fears of explosions, loss of drinking water, and illnesses. And you will hear about the loss of life, of species life, on which they depend for their cultural practices and their spiritual beliefs, human and other well-being, as well as their livelihoods. The Indigenous communities that live along the Mountain Valley Pipeline live in harmony with nature as a relative, not a separate entity. In this case, they are speaking with us today as representatives of those family members whose lives have been cut short, whose health has been impeded, and whose clean air and water has been taken away. Other local residents appreciate the Haw River and all of the rivers that I mentioned as outdoor recreational opportunities for hiking, for paddling, for swimming, as solitude and quiet, as many of us do. The Haw River and the rivers that I mentioned, the Haw River, though, in particular, is the most popular whitewater paddling river in North Carolina and the Piedmont region. And Jordan Lake, which covers has a 14,000 acre reservoir, provides recreation for about 1 million visitors a year for boating, fishing, camping. In all, you will see that we are integrally tied to the rivers, and that the Haw River, its watershed, the watersheds that I mentioned in West Virginia and Virginia, flowing, and the Haw River that flows out to the Cape Fear and out to the Atlantic Ocean, is calling for help from us. It is our obligation today, based on the evidence that you will hear, to recognize the rights of the Haw River, the rights of the Dan River, the rights of the rivers that I mentioned, and all of the beings in those rivers and connected to those rivers and those lands. We will call upon this body to find in favor of our obligation to one another as members of Mother Earth community, to establish effective norms and laws that recognize, respect, and restore the vital life flows of these watersheds, and reconfigure our relationship with energy away from carbon emitting fossil fuels toward life-sustaining energy, forms that do not sacrifice humans and our related species for the short-term economic gains, but that in the long run will ultimately limit our ability to exist. And I will end with this quote from our colleagues and Indigenous brethren in New Zealand: "I am the river, and the river is me." And with that, Madam President, I ask that our first case presenter witness can approach the podium.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I call our first case presenter witness, Dr. Crystal Cavalier of Seven Directions.
Welcome.
And we'll just have a moment for each presenter and testimony. We will have some PowerPoint presentations, not for each, but for some, and if you'll just be patient with us as we pull those up.
That was only your request to cross-border investment was already approved because they were already sent you cross-border. Yeah, I stand.
So, hearing the thoughts, we could have been Chin Kyohe, the whole people say, we were Crystal, we were open to support me, Watiwa.
Dr. Cavalier, can I ask you please, and first thank you for hosting us here and your community, in addition to Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature and Movement Rights. Can I ask you, why are you the appropriate person to be opening this case today?
The reason I feel that I'm the case presenter or the appropriate person is because this pipeline has come through our community and has affected our current homeland as well as our ancestral homeland. And many people have forgotten their connection, especially our indigenous people, have forgotten their connection to the land. And I'm really hoping that this will be a way to awaken them and to have them find their voice to speak out.
And can you tell us, why are we here today? Why are we having this tribunal?
So as you can see here, this is a timeline of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and I'm not going to read it, but hear this. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is an incomplete 42-inch fracked gas pipeline that is steamroll rolling its way over life-giving water and land across 303 miles from northern West Virginia to southern Virginia. MVP continually violates both state, federal environmental protection laws, and its regulating agencies fail to safeguard communities and water resources. And I will say that some of our indigenous tribes have settled with the pipeline, and that was just the elected government. It does not mean that it's the people of those tribes. 6 years into the fight against proposed methane MVP Southgate, which is the portion that is affecting us here in North Carolina, is an extension off of the MVP mainline. Developers recently announced major changes to this project, including reducing the length to 31 miles. We have removed it from our territory in Alamance County. Been a testament to our grassroots power and our indigenous relationship organizing and the pressure that we have been putting on this pipeline. MVP Southgate is missing the necessary permits to begin construction and have been previously denied permits on environmental justice grounds in Pennsylvania County, Virginia, and here in North Carolina. Next slide.
So can you tell us, Dr. Cavalier, a little bit about indigenous and tribal sovereignty, please?
Yes. So this is one of the important reasons why, because when people talk about treaties, they only talk about the treaties since the formation of the United States. Our people here on the East Coast had treaties with the kings and queens of London, England, whatever you call the colonizers, and they refused to recognize our treaties. We have the Treaty of Middle Plantation and the Treaty of Peace with the Colony of Virginia in 1713. So if you can read this handwriting, these are some of the treaties that were signed, and you can see our indigenous nations are still here. We're still here today. Tribal sovereignty refers to the legal recognition in the so-called United States of America and the law of the inherent sovereignty of American Indian nations. The law applied to American Indians by the U.S. government is called federal Indian law. Although undefined by various acts, legal decisions, and policies, it still stands to this day. Indian reservations are recognized as what can be determined as nations within. Each has its own government and sovereign powers to make laws, tax, etc. And most also have their own tribal justice system, also based upon their inherent powers. As a result of this status, many programs of a general nature to states and their subdivisions do not apply to Indian nations unless specifically mentioned or for there is specific legislation directed towards those Indian nations. But when issues like healthcare, housing, and clean water, for example, are brought up in a multicultural, marginalized community context, the solutions offered will only apply to those federal reservations of Indian nations if there are specific provisions for Indian nations. It is important to understand that tribal sovereignty is not delegated from the U.S. government. Treaties do not create tribal sovereignty. Treaties are an affirmation between indigenous nations and nation states. They are not contracts executed solely under nation state laws and frameworks. When we speak of treaty rights, we are not saying our rights come from the relevant treaty, but rather that the relevant treaty is a mutual recognition of rights that already existed and continue to exist under the terms of the treaty. Now, getting towards indigenous sovereignty, because I believe every American Indian indigenous person has indigenous sovereignty, which is referred to as a term of art. It is distinguishable from tribal sovereignty in that it is not a nation-state recognition of inherent sovereignty under nation-state dominion. Rather, it rises from indigenous traditional knowledge belonging to each indigenous nation, tribe, First Nation, community, and so on. It consists of spiritual ways, our culture, language, social and legal systems, political structures, and inherent relationships with lands, waters, and all upon them. It continues as long as the people that are part of it continue. Efforts to destroy our foods is an attack of our inherent sovereignty, which is connected to our respective spiritual ways, our culture and language. Efforts to engage in destructive actions like fossil fuel extraction, fossil fuel pipeline infrastructures, crossing across indigenous territories like mine, our lands and waterways, such as uranium mining and other mining that we're seeing, lithium, for example. This is an attack of our traditional ecological knowledge, which is connected to our respective spiritual ways, our culture, our language, social and legal systems, and our political structures. Again, it's all connected. And I would like to say that today, our elected and appointed Indian leaders in North Carolina, and especially in our tribal governments, are very colonized. The colonized government have lost their original instructions. These are our elected leaders. They have lost the original instructions from our ancestors, and they need their ears, hearts, and hearts cleaned to remember these ancestors to protect our earth mother. Next one. Oh, it's good. Okay, right. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Cavalier, would you like to clarify on the community?
So this is the closest slide I could find that talks about our indigenous communities. We've had hundreds of however, we have been resulted down to 8 tribes here in North Carolina. We have the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, which is federally recognized. The rest of our tribes are only state recognized. We have the Oglala Band of the Stoney Nation, which is fine. We have the Inherent Nation. We have the Kuhari, the Wakamasiwan, the Lumbee, Saponi, the Halawa Saponi. Yeah. So those are the original tribes that were kind of merged in these communities. So you can see we're all across the state of North Carolina, up across in Virginia, down here in South Carolina. We didn't have borders, and we didn't have boundaries. So our people moved back and forth freely.
And now, Dr. Cavalier, would you like to talk a little bit about what the impacts would be for the Mountain Valley Pipeline and the impacts that you know about that are currently happening and have potential impacts?
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm going to go over a few impacts. And so hang on, you guys, for this ride. So, I'm also a member of the Hall River Assembly. And I just love this map. I don't know who drew it, but this is the most beautiful map I've ever seen in my life. Because it connects all of our rivers together. So you guys can see that this is the story of the Hall River. But I'm going to talk about water impacts of the Mountain Valley Pipeline to all of our rivers. United States, Virginia, and West Virginia all have specific rules and regulations regarding water quality and pollution. Since July of 2023, MVP no longer has to abide by these rules and protections due to provisions in the Fiscal Responsibility Act that was passed in June. Supported by government. Next slide. Again, many waterways connect us. These are little, this is our watershed for the Hall River. But again, some of these waters go underground. It connects all of these rivers. For many residents whose water is polluted, MVP has given them plastic water bottles to replace their water. Residents have voiced their worries about the long-term effects of MVP on their water supply. Many people in the counties along the pipeline rely on groundwater, which the corroded pipeline and construction will contaminate. Next slide. Land impacts. So you can see that would be the case. You guys see it first. The section of land has a unique type of topography called karst. Karst landscape is formed by acidic water. So if you've ever been to caverns or caves and you see these stalagmites growing, that is karst. I really didn't know what that was until very recently. But I visit these caverns all the time. Karst is characterized by dissolving bedrock, which creates features like underground cave systems, sinks, holes, streams, and pools of water. Groundwater contamination. Many citizens get their water supply from groundwater. The nature of the pipeline construction and use poses a risk of groundwater contamination. Next slide. So you can see here, this is the steep terrain of our Appalachian Mountains. In February 2024, a landslide occurred beneath the pipeline in Giles County. The landslide occurred next to a major road and a few hundred feet away from the entrance to Donnie's Cave, a popular destination for caving enthusiasts. The landslide also created fractures in the slope along the pipeline. Next slide, please. So I have created some documents for you to look at, as well as this is supposed to be for visiting people.
And Dr. Cavalier, we have probably about 2 minutes left.
Wildlife impact. So the biggest threat facing wildlife is habitat loss. So Casey's going to show some of these animals. First one here is the candy darter. What a cute fish. I never thought golden fish could exist in a freshwater stream. Very cute. Next slide. Next one we have is the James River spiny mussel, the Roanoke wall perch. Again, these are animals that are in our ecosystems that help clean our rivers, clean our streams. And they live in clear, shallow waters. They feed on microinvertebrates and are food for other organisms. These fish and mussels are threatened by the MVP. Next slide. Again, our indigenous relatives have used the 3 main tributaries that make up some of these rivers and lakes. But since the lake and rivers are going to be tainted or have been tainted, many animals, fish, and plants have become safe. For example, the 2 animals that you're seeing now will cease to exist if you don't protect them. The Roanoke log perch, the big-eyed jump rock, golden seal, and the James spiny mussel. They're only found in portions of the Dan and Roanoke rivers. These watersheds, habitat loss, and modification have led to a decreased number in these species. Again, another one I want to mention is the tricolor bat. So finally, this is community impact. So we are facing eminent domain. This term refers to the U.S. government to seize private property or land use, or it's also called condemnation. So for those residents who live along the pipeline route, constant construction noise disturbs the quality of life. Many residents report a decline in sleep, mental health, and overall well-being. Families who have lived on this land for generations are forced to leave due to risk of explosions, constant construction noise, poor water quality, and harassment, something that I am no stranger to. MVP officials have stated under oath that the pipelines that they're putting in the ground should not be sitting exposed to the sunlight for more than 6 months. The pipes on the MVP Southgate have been sitting out for 6 or more years. These pipes have been documented to be severely degraded, rusting with some and no protective coating. You can see here bottom, this pipeline failed a hydrostatic testing. Just imagine if this was going through, communities with gas, frac gas and other chemicals. People will be drinking contaminated and poisoned water. You can see all over here, sedimentation in the rivers that will kill our mussels. You can see, look at this pipeline, 42 inches. 42 inches, that's huge. We should not be doing this. We should be leaving these things in the ground, in the earth.
Dr. Cavalier, we don't have any more time, but I want to ask one last important question, which is, given these stunning impacts and photos that you've shown us, what would you ask of our esteemed panel of judges today?
First, judges, I would like to ask that you raise this to the international tribunal level. That hopes that will take this case and present it on an international level in September, because the world needs to hear this. Secondly, if time permits, take a tour of the toxic tour of the MVP. To see the steep terrain, these pictures do not do it justice, and you have to see how large that pipe is in person. You have to see how steep these mountains are, where most of our sacred burial mounds are. And finally, issue a moratorium on frac gas pipelines being built in the southeastern United States.
Thank you, Dr. Cavalier. At this time, I cede
Thank
our
you.
time to the judges. Madam President.
Yes. Do we have any questions? We recognize Hartman Dietz.
Yeah, you spoke about the degradation of the pipes when they sit above the ground. You spoke about the terrain itself. Do you have information in regards to when these 42-inch pipes were conceived and engineered? What conditions they were engineered for? Were they engineered to be run across such steep terrain? Does that affect the pressure and the integrity of these pipes by having them in a terrain that they may not have been designed for?
I do, so I'm not an expert on engineering, but I do, in my personal opinion, these pipes were not tested for the steep terrain here in the southeast, in the Appalachian Mountains. I do believe that the coating that they have, the epoxy that they place on there is not adequate. I don't believe it is made for this terrain. They make a one-size-fits-all pipe, and they don't do the studies for the communities here, and they don't ask our permission.
Who mentioned that MVP no longer has to meet certain standards in terms of water quality impacts?
Specify either in the presentation or after what specific laws are violated and what standards they're not meeting. I didn't catch it, sorry.
So because of the regulatory agencies of getting permits or doing environmental impact statements, and our very expert witnesses that we have will talk more about this in depth, but they don't have to meet it because of the Fiscal Responsibility Act and Senator Joe Manchin put specifically in the bill to pass or fast track this pipeline regardless. Doesn't matter if it's meeting regulations or not, they want it in the ground. And President Joe Biden voted for it.
Spoke about the nation problems here. One thing, lack knowledge for them on lack of information. And also, well, the other tribal nation communities, not to follow suit with these nations that have already, you know, say, went to bed with the money. I'm out, I'll bite one.
Yes, so I believe that most of our tribal nations here are so, what's the word? So looking towards tribal survivability, that when they are presented a case from the pipeline by these city slickers that come into our communities, and they talk a really good game, and I'm telling you right now, if you ask my kids, $1 million is a lot to them. $1 million is not a lot of money. It is not a lot of money to sell your people out. And most of the tribal elected leaders sometimes do not live in the communities that are being harmed. That is just in my experience. Also, we have reached out to every tribe in the state of Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, and we invited them to this tribunal. We have sent them information about education to their people. That means to their tribal government and to their tribal citizens. We also have a triangle here. You have a triangle of community leaders, grassroots leaders. You have your elected leaders, and you also have your spiritual elders that do not talk to each other. The elected appointed leaders do not value themselves as equal. They believe they are the supreme, and we would like to correct that education, and we would like to educate them with many of the indigenous organizations. Ms. Donna Chavis has an indigenous organization. Our 7 Directions is indigenous as well as yours.
President. Yes, we have one more question, and I realize we're running over time a little bit, but we're going to go ahead. This witness has so much information we need to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cavalier. Thank you for organizing, first of all, this labor plus the labor of availing your trauma of your people and what y'all are having to hold first. That's honored. The second is that I have a 2-part question. One, I heard you mention bottled water. Did I hear correctly that MVP, or who is providing that bottled water and what led to that dispersal? And then my second question, are you aware of any testing that has been done, whether it's by any of the DEQs here or Virginia, of any, any contaminant issue, anything on record?
That's an expert witness, but I will say, his name is Mark, and he cannot be able to get his own. But he has been affected by the MVP for so many years that when he turns his water on, it's just muddy mess. The sedimentation is well. He has a shower in his house somewhere. He can't drink the water anymore, so he has to have bottled water. And I don't know if the MVP provides that. Okay, the MVP does not provide that. So that is on his bill. So he has to take that extra expense on it. And Mari has been here for many years. I don't want to misspeak, but I want to say his family was here. Like, his family came over. Just like most of the people here in Appalachia, most of the people here in the Piedmont, our people have been here. They intermarried with the colonizers who came over. They intermarried with the slaves that escaped. And then our people, we're still here. So we can't move. We can't move. It costs much. And we have no place to go. We have to occur these. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cavalier. We would request that we have 2 things provided for us during our deliberations. Clarity about the difference between state and federal recognition and how that affects this struggle would be helpful to me. And also, we'd like to have those exhibits that you brought placed in the room so that we can further examine those. And we have no more questions.
And I'll work.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Dr. Cavalier. You ladies.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Now proceed with our first expert witness, Ms. Mariah Clay, Mountain Valley Pipeline Organizer for West Virginia
Rivers. Thank you for being here, Ms. Clay.
you please go to the second slide, keep it there, and do please. Since Maria Johnson was brought up, I have a quick 2-minute video, if it works. I would really like for everyone to hear from an impacted landowner himself.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ms. Clay, for being here. And before we start, and while we're waiting for your presentation to go into presentation mode, could you please clarify for us
Here today, why you are an appropriate expert today for this case and qualified to speak on behalf of nature and all of its communities?
Yes, thank you. As lifelong West Virginian, I am deeply connected to its beautiful nature and once pristine resources. West Virginia is my one and only home. I don't know another home. And I'm also here to talk about aquifers as well, and I'll get into why I'm the expert of that. First, watch this. Everybody hear that? Oh. That's okay, we tried.
Yeah.
Put the microphone.
The stream running between the route and my house goes by my way. So instead of looking for communities, they got worse and we use water.
Can you all see? Can you see? Can you see? Let's put them in. All right.
For a garden, fill a bit of water, fountain, whatever, fountain, but it's the sulfur that won't have the fountain. People test found very high. The bacteria, I believe, but using water, so one of them had no water. Got some issues because of air. This is the kind of destruction of water that we experience. The common currents across the MVP route from Lowly, West Virginia. Any industry. Water. And this is the kind of destruction that water call irrigation pipeline. Actually, in parts of terrain, places like good out Virginia, where you have the first off. This is it's all about water.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. And out of respect for time, I'm going to ask you if you would kindly talk to us about you mentioned an expertise in aquifers.
Yeah, so as of January of this year, we had some community members reach out to West Virginia Rivers Coalition about some issues with their water. There's piles coming in their water. So as of January, like I said, this year, I've had to become somewhat of an expert of sorts in aquifers to better understand the impacts to groundwater, which is where they draw their drinking water from.
Can you tell us a little bit about why aquifers are crucial for life?
Yeah, so aquifers actually can purify water and to some extent using the soil and rock layers, they actually act as natural filters, trapping particles and sediment. There's other means of purification as well, like absorption, biological processes, chemical reaction. So many people in West Virginia rely on this clean
groundwater for their drinking water.
Thank you. As a community organizer, tell us a little bit about the process that communities have to go through with regard to Mountain Valley Pipeline and any type of water quality.
Yes, so there have been several complaints to DEP on the issues of water quality. And there's an ongoing active investigation, a groundwater investigation that DEP started back in February and still have not completed.
Thank you. Can you explain, we've heard now talk of regulatory and legal challenges faced by the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Can you tell us a little bit about the regulatory and legal challenges faced prior to the congressional intervention that and what impacts that you've seen with regard to environmental compliance and water resources?
So as of early 2023, there were pending decisions on it from multiple agencies. We went through a comment period with the Forest Service and Army Corps of Engineering in February of 2023. And in April of 2023, we successfully challenged the Section 401 water quality certification. Additionally, there was an unsettled legal challenge to the Fish and Wildlife Services opinion. So in total, there were 4 different approval processes still under review when Congress intervened. So like Crystal mentioned, according to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, all agencies are required to issue approvals within 21 days without opportunity for additional judicial review. So this congressional intervention occurred because MVP could not demonstrate compliance with environmental laws. Congress bypassed these laws, allowing the project to proceed, which led to significant negative impacts in our land and waters, ones I mentioned previously.
Thank you so much. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned the land and the waters, you mentioned turbidity and sediment. Can you talk a little bit about the impacts of sediment on nature and species?
Yeah, first, I would like to draw our attention to this analytical results for the estimate on the impact of members. So as you can see, there are concerning levels of turbidity, aluminum, arsenic, lead. These are all found in the drinking water of the impacted community members. So MVP has been cited by regulatory agencies for over 250 failures to protect water resources in West Virginia. This number is before congressional approval, and we don't have an updated number, but we suspect it's likely doubled or even tripled. So DEP issued approximately 55 violations prior to construction restarting last summer. There have been several more violations since then, but only in severe. At this time, we don't have an updated number because we're still analyzing impacts of the project. As issues are still occurring to this day. But what we do have as a result of one of our legal challenges are third-party environmental audits ranking the status of aquatic resources before and after construction. If you'll go to the next slide. So this is information posted by MVP themselves. This is an environmental audit. As you can see, 1 is a score of optimal, 4 is poor, 5 is severe. So pre-construction, that the majority of our streams were in optimal condition. Post-construction, that number has completely flipped, many of them being in the poor category and even severe.
Thank you so much. And could you just clarify for the judges here today what DEP stands for and whether that's a state or a federal body?
DEP is a Department of Environmental Protection, and it's a state regulatory agency.
And would you say that DEP is protecting the environment?
I don't think I need to answer that, but at this time, we have too many community members without access to clean drinking water, so that gives you an answer.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. And finally, with 1 minute left, I'd like to ask you, what would you today request of our esteemed panel of judges in this tribunal?
I request is similar to Crystal's, that this case be presented at an international level. And take in mind the so-called United States of America's congressional intervention because they bypassed those laws. MVP has no accountability whatsoever for the destruction they have caused for natural resources. So we're looking for accountability.
Thank you, Ms. Clay. At this time, the prosecution cedes the floor to our esteemed panel of judges.
Thank you. Earth Prosecutor, do we have questions here from the judges?
Love for us to be able to see this data in our deliberations later. A few questions, and I won't get too into data because I feel like you have it so granular here. The answer's already there. I was looking at some of the contaminants list on slide 7. So when you mentioned lead, I do have a question. Has there been any state response from DEP to address these individual contaminants? And has that been used as part of the protest? I know there's been some new Get the Lead Out initiatives that has come from the EPA and some of the federal government level. Has that helped or assisted, or has it been looked into yet with what you have here?
Yeah, so what I can share is that MVP arbitrarily placed impact rating stones for community and community members that are experiencing their drinking water or actually outside of that impact radius, so that it would be fine. So because of that, they had no ability to test their water prior to construction, so we don't have those base testings provided to DEP.
Thank you.
Mentioned. So this is from 2018 to 2021, prior to the construction restarting last summer. The other question I had
was, do you have any recommendations in terms of remedy or restoration? Because I understand from the presentation from the landowner was talking about the impacts to his personal well water and also like drinking bottled water. So I just wonder if there was any other demands from the landowners themselves for restoration or remedy.
Yeah, so the landowners have stated that they would like to never see a project of this size go into the ground without the proper regulations. So that's what they're looking for in terms of accountability, in terms of their clean drinking water. They're drinking bottled water, they're using, whatever means necessary to get water other than what's coming out of their source, which is their well. So accountability, of course, is what they're looking for. Whether that comes from legal challenges, we don't know yet. We're still looking into all of those factors.
I would like to know if you have any idea of the numbers of community members who are impacted without water. As we all know, bottled water, plastic is petroleum. So we know that that would also be affecting their health right now. So
yeah, so we're looking at Monroe County and Summers County. So far, we have 4 families we know that have lost their the quality of their well water, and we're learning of more instances. We expect to learn from more as community members reach out to each other and build that trust, make connections to other people who may be experiencing the same thing. Thank you very much.
Madam Prosecutor, we have no more questions.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms.
Clay, you may be seated. At this time, the prosecution would like to call the next expert witness to the stand. David Sly.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Conservation Director, Mr. Sly. And to start, please, could you tell us why you are the appropriate expert today for this case and qualified to speak on behalf of nature and its communities?
Yes, next slide. I won't try to repeat all that. What I'll tell you is that I've spent trying to understand water quality, streams and watersheds for over 40 years now. Been accepted as an expert witness in federal and state courts and other forms of the understanding the remaining deficits in what we understand about these systems.
Attention to our judges of your qualifications on the screen and for those watching. Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit about the natural features that are at stake and that are valuable with regard to water quality and this process of the pipeline?
So the habitats that I know about in Virginia that I've studied again, for decades, include especially picture of the ecosystems in our area, in the mountains, valleys of Western Virginia, have a lot of unique water bodies, unique areas because of the climate and the water. Lots of small valleys, lots of small little streams, many of which have species and have characteristics that you don't find anywhere else. So it's a patchwork of many, many environments. And that leads to having fish and other organisms that only grow in some of those unique areas. So there's incredible biodiversity, not only of fish, but a lot of other organisms. And, you know, we can talk about the but it goes way beyond that. And I always like to point out that these are representatives of these areas. And so these communities of organisms and even the streams and the surroundings are unique because of the way they form over generations. I've already said a lot of that.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
You mentioned value, and I think there's multiple understandings of value. Maybe you could clarify what you mean by value.
Well, to me, value is the ability to have this work as an actual system to support what, again, what developed there over the times, and to support humans. So the value is the integrity of these systems. It's not any one piece, it's not any one piece of data. It's do they work with all things together.
Thank you.
Could you talk to us, you mentioned value, you mentioned ecosystems. Talk to us a little bit about nature and the violation potentially of rights and damage to those ecosystems.
I'm just going to run real quick through these, but again, I wanted to name places that I spent my life studying, and that people value, not just because they get drinking water, or because they do some activity, because they're there, because they matter to them, because next slide, please. What I'm showing here is these capillaries, the many streams that sit in the headwaters of these riverways, which are huge resources and huge values, but they can't exist without these many, many small tributaries that feed them. If you don't have sound conditions in them, then the whole system degrades.
Continue with regard to damage.
So I've given you a copy of the report, one of the reports that our organization has prepared, and you heard a little bit about the violations. First of all, the cited violations are things that the state and federal agencies have cited a fraction of the problems that have been created. Our report looked only at the state of Virginia's inspection reports and found kind of statistics you're seeing here. Over and over and over again, the pipeline has dumped essentially mud sediments in streams and over streams. There are instances where they covered stream bottoms for hundreds of thousands of feet, sometimes 7, 8, 10, 12 inch deep. There are no organisms in these small communities and small streams that can live under those conditions. And as I say, they're unique enough that you can wipe them out forever. And I'm confident that some of them have been. Other instances where they have made discharges off of their sites, again, those can end up in the water. But I'll point out that what we're going across here is people's farmlands and people's homes. And so they can encroach hundreds and hundreds of times on those areas. The land, the farm fields, and the pastures that people value words are worth all the words I can give you. These are small streams, again, up in the mountains, up in the headwaters, that should be and are about this desecration, clear and clean and cold and slow. There are no words that really describe these adequately. I'll point out on the right side and on the left that some of the permanent damage is destruction of stream banks and the beds. Discharge of muddy water is one thing, it is of great harm, but the physical damage, the destruction of the physical structure, it will continue to cause problems forever unless we were able to reconstruct it next level. Again, the same thing. This stream comes out of the national forest, one of the places we're supposed to protect the best, and yet we've done this to next level. Is that the last one? Okay, that's the last.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sly, for telling us about the impacts. And you mentioned death, and you mentioned impacts that are continuing and will continue well into the future. Before we close, and we don't have much time left, could you talk a little bit about potential for restoration, and then end with what would you request of our esteemed panelists today?
Well, as far as restoration, again, some of the damages can never be restored. One of the things the company in MVP is supposed to do is to restore at least some of the land surface to the extent that it's possible. One of the problems is that they have now asked to go into service almost immediately and leave flood restoration for months. And what we fear is that they then have no incentive once they put the thing in service. They have no incentive to come back and fix those things, even again to the extent that that's possible. It's very limited. And as far as what I would ask this panel, we will continue to fight to try to limit and reverse some of the damage from MVP. But this MVP Southgate is still to be decided, and your important voices can really add to the story of why we shouldn't repeat this kind of thing again. And one of the things we've shown is that the same data, the same occurrences that we documented here will happen on that route. They're not all the same environments, but the same problems will persist. There's no question about it, because it's the same way of addressing it by the company and by the agencies.
Mr. Sly, at this time, the prosecution cedes the floor to Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Do we have any questions from the judges?
You spoke to the connectedness of these ecosystems, and that you have particular species that may be the representative of the greater harm. And you spoke about irreversible harms in the river. What happens when a species become extinct? How do you repair that, and what kind of impact does that have on the greater system altogether?
Again, as I acknowledged to begin with, there's so much we don't understand. And one of the things we don't understand is how that system will respond to the loss. And we have what are called keystone species that are so important that the whole system can essentially collapse. So the answer is we don't know. We know that it has fundamentally changed a system that has worked through the centuries, and that we cannot replace. We don't know.
Process that involving illness, or I can say someone that should be very specific.
Of course, the company is responsible for the damage done, but I'm really holding the federal and state regulators even more responsible. Because they're supposed to be working for us, and they're supposed to get. They don't hold it against me, but I'm a lawyer also. So those issues, regulations and laws that are supposed to protect us. That's the reason that for Congress Act one for stuff, is because essentially every federal agency that made a decision didn't make it in accordance with the law in the way to protect. So I hold those decision makers more responsible than anything.
Would you clarify what you mean when you say put in service?
Yes, that essentially that means they can start running gas with pipeline. And they have asked already for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to give them permission sometime. Well, they haven't specified, but they say they would be ready in early. And again, they said, yeah, but let us restore and close these areas along the path, maybe by August. But what we know is that that could go on and on.
Thank you, Mr. Sy. We have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, the Constitution now calls our
Expert witness Alyssa Ganser. Alyssa, while we're putting up the slides for your conversation here today, could you tell us why you are the appropriate expert for this case and qualified to speak on behalf of nature and all those communities?
I am a PhD candidate preparing for my dissertation defense in fish and wildlife conservation at Virginia Tech. I have over a decade of experience working with freshwater mussels and river ecosystems, and I have published work investigating how environmental conditions affect mussels. I am currently leading the advocacy group Virginia Scientists Community Interface as their newly appointed president, and we work on multiple community-led advocacy issues that provide scientific experience and expertise on projects including the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Our work on Mountain Valley Pipeline was recently acknowledged by Union Concerned Scientists. We received it. Congratulations to you.
Question I see here, one of your slides includes the mussels that we've heard other expert testimony on. Could you talk to us about the life of the mussels and their importance in the ecosystems, including human species?
Yeah. So freshwater mussels live at the bottom of the rivers, lakes, and streams. They look like cloud. They are long-lived species with lifespans ranging from 10 to 15 years, up to 100 years or more. They exhibit delayed maturity, so that means that they often do not reproduce for the first time until they are 7 to 12 years old. They have two shells that surround a very large muscular foot, which you can see there on the right. They use this foot to bury into the sediments. They can move, but not very far or very quickly. Here on the left, this little guy. We don't know where he's going, but because they cannot move very fast or they cannot move very far or very quick. This does make them susceptible to negative effects from poor water quality and localized pollution. Mussels have a complex life cycle. Most species are parasitic or part of their life cycle and require that their larvae, which we call localia, attached to the gills or fins of a host fish where they pretty much get a free ride upstream. Yeah, they're smart. Well, they transform into juveniles and then drop off of the fish and bury into the sediments. This is especially important because both the mussel and the fish must be
be present and alive in order for muscles to feed and process. If the host fish are harmed or prevented from reaching the muscles will not be able to reproduce. Given the long lifespan of mussels and their delayed maturity and overall low reproductive success, even if it's 1 year of reproduction, we population. Go to the next slide, please. These are some small juveniles, just to indicate how small they are and how they are very difficult to detect during most mussels. Years, 1 year of the 2 small ones, and then we take up right there, about 2 years ago. Mussels are very efficient water filters, making it incredibly important to the health of river systems. In fact, one mussel can filter up to 8 gallons of water per day. As you can see on this slide, we have 2 tanks of water, one with mussels and one without. Initially, both tanks of water look like the one on the right. After 3 hours, the water in the tank with mussels on the left was much clearer than the tank without mussels. Thus, the presence of mussels can result in clearer water, benefiting other species that depend on the river, including fish. In addition to their filtering capabilities, mussels are important for saving nutrients within the river ecosystem. Here are some mussels in the river this time. You can see their little segments here. I'm going to show you the fish. They filter water, mussels pull particles out of the water column, process them within themselves, and then release nutrients back into the water column or into the sediments via their waste. Yes. These nutrients can then stimulate primary producers of aquatic plants, and also provide nutrients for aquatic insect larvae, dragonfly, and cancer. Now, aquatic plants can provide habitat for fish, especially now fish, and aquatic invertebrates like dragonfly, caddisfly larvae, or a significant portion of diets for many fish species.
I just have a follow-up question on that.
We heard our prior expert witness talk to us about the unique qualities of these places. I come from the coast, we have mussels. Why should we care about these tiny little mussels in our water systems here? What if we just lose them? Does it really matter?
Freshwater mussels are actually a keystone species or keystone fauna. They're very important for increasing diversity in river systems and providing this free water filtration that helps keep those rivers clear. And as humans, many of us like to fish and rely on fish for our diet. And by having these mussels filtering water, providing habitat and food for fish, increase fish communities, and allow better fishing as well as benefits from pure water.
Thank you for clarifying your great importance. I just have a question. Congratulations on working on your dissertation and about to finish it. It's wonderful. Thank you for your work. You're a scientist, about to be a doctor of science. What does science say about this, and what does your research talk about in terms of the impact of the pipeline with regard to these mussels?
Well, mussels are highly susceptible to sedimentation or the excess deposits of sediment that can occur during pipeline construction. As they cannot relocate themselves, mussels may be smothered by excess sediments. A review of the effects of sedimentation on freshwater mussels determined that increases in the amount of suspended solids can affect the respiration and filtering capability of mussels, and decrease their food availability, and may interfere with that mussel and host fish relationship for their reproduction. In fact, sedimentation depths as low as 0.6 to 2.5 centimeters or 0.2 to 0.9 inches of substrate is enough to smother mussels. This is far less than the 17 centimeters or 7 inches of deposited substrate documented during Mountain Valley Pipeline construction in June 2018, and I would refer you to the report that the agency has. That is just one example. Now, here is, we're going to hear about Ski Creek later, but I did want to show you another creek that had extensive sedimentation. This is from February of this year. It's likely this is May Creek. You can see, how much sediment entered the river. This is from the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality Inspection Report. And, yeah, it's not very good. So we'll hear more about that, about some other things. Further, river pollution from fertilizer and negative effects on mussels. Excess fertilizer can cause mutation or the over-enrichment of water with nutrients. This can result in increased numbers of microorganisms in the river, which then produce oxygen that is available for other species. This is important here because you can see that MVP has been documented to a spilled fertilizer, and this is one example. I've pulled this one from the previous year here, and they have been cited multiple times for not cleaning up this fertilizer. When fertilizer enters the water body, it can cause increases in ammonia, which is known to be toxic to mussels, particularly ducks. Virginia state inspection reports have also documented discarded trash and overspray of paint coating at Mountain Valley construction sites. Here you can see documented trash left by workers at sites. And to the left of that pipe there, you can see this is an overspray coating, epoxy-based coating that we're not entirely sure what product was used, but similar products have warning signs that say, or that indicate that it should not be sprayed outside or by water systems.
And just to clarify this answer, you're talking about not just the sedimentation now, you're talking about coating that's sprayed on the pipeline, is that correct?
Yes, as well as spilled fertilizer that could get into our system and trash. Again, we are not, those are just two pictures from one day. You don't know how often trash gets left out, and it just never gets left.
So in my final closing statement, because we've run out of time, a question about it. What would you request of our judges and of the tribunal here today?
As considered for accountability, not just for sedimentation, and harm that has happened to freshwater mussels and other species, but also things like the spraying of hydroquinone and spilling the fertilizer and leaving trash. That is just beyond unacceptable, because that is stuff that should be basic understanding of our environment. And I would also like to remind you all that freshwater mussels are an incredibly diverse group. The southeastern, so in North America, we have about 300 species. 70% of those are considered threatened, endangered, extinct, or of special concern. And the southeastern portion of the U.S. is incredibly rich in diversity of mussels. About 91% of our 300 species occur in the southeastern U.S. Very diverse.
Thank you, Ms. Answer. The prosecution cedes time to Madam President and judges.
Thank you very much. It's devastating and wonderful that you are studying what you're doing. Do we have questions?
Or throughout Virginia and North Carolina.
They are throughout Virginia and North Carolina, so sure will have different populations, different species composition, and there is differences in headwater streams. Some headwater streams will only have one or two mussel species that live there. The main stem or large river section. Yes, 91% of the 300 species have either been found or currently exist in the southeast United States. I can find that also species that are
Those bodies or individuals or government bodies, maybe. We'd like some very clear asks around that. So we're clear as a panel.
Federal government for sure. They have the authority under the Endangered Species Act to protect our endangered species, and by bypassing a lot of the court cases surrounding the Endangered Species Act protection for species like mussels, I feel they let us down. I would also include the state level at that, the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality is out there inspecting these sites, and I only showed you one example of each one of these. There were many, and that is just the past year.
We have one more question.
Your expert testimony. It was, it really stood out to me, your expansion of the maturity, right? So hearing, I heard delayed maturity won't reproduce until 7 to 12 years old. And so I imagine with the increased solution sedimentation, there will be disruption to actual evolution of their maturity. And so my curiosity, my question, and I feel like you could really lecture us and get your time on this. I feel like it's probably a broader conversation, but my question be specific for time. Are there specific key mating seasons? And when are those seasons through the year, and how those seasons clash, right, with the devastation and colonialization that MVP is doing? What's that look like?
That's an excellent question. Different species reproduce at different times. There are some species that are only reproductively active for a couple months. There are some that are actually reproductively active for 9 months. And they hold their larvae for 9 months and do usually they become rabid or pregnant in the fall and hold. The timing of reproduction usually has to do with the host fish. Some mussel species can reproduce successfully on many different host fish. Some mussel species can only use 1 or 2 host fish. 1 or 2 species. And that timing, that link, seems to be lined up with cues for fish migration, fish movement, so the fish is present well mussels. But yes, to the delayed maturity, that means, and this has happened before, is that issues will arise, it will affect reproduction of mussels, it will not be putting enough juveniles in to sustain the population, and years later we find out that we no longer have a viable population.
And I hope, is that, are you also doing your studies with the fish then?
Like for
specifically for your work, yes.
I did a little bit of work with fish. For my projects, I don't specifically work on pipeline work. I work with environmental issues, decarbonization, and climate change, increasing temperatures, waterfalls that affect mussels. And the mussel I work with is stream, and it's I did a little bit of fish work. The main concern would be that the fish are living and moving enough in contact with the mussel. There's a lot of flooding in headwater streams. That's increasing temperature for mussel use in fish. And so water costs.
That we have no more questions, Ms. Ganzi. Thank you for your testimony. You may proceed.
The prosecution calls Russell Chisholm as our next expert witness. We'd like to clarify that this is local knowledge expert from Sinking Creek. And we'll wait for the presentation. And while we're waiting for the presentation, Mr. Chisholm, could you talk to us and tell us why you are the appropriate expert in this case and qualified to speak on behalf of nature communities?
Yes, thank you. I live in the directly impacted this project since 2000. Elders, scientists, farmers, to heed the warnings that we were given even back in 2014, that the system that builds these projects is not designed to protect us, it is designed to protect industry. completion of these projects, and that's what we've seen play out.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm.
Could you talk to us about your experience with the Mountain Valley Pipeline?
One piece of wisdom that community members identified early on was that if construction began, it was going to be devastating to the landscape. In this image here, you see what had previously been unsegmented forest near a wilderness area. It was ripped by the pipeline project. And some of these areas were going to be very hard to reach. Inspectors and regulators were not going to be out there documenting the kinds of harms that we have seen. So from that, the Valley Watch project was created, which was community-driven, supported by incredible scientists and the knowledge and the experience of people we've heard from today, but also designed to serve those incredible environmental attorneys who brought forward all of the cases that challenged this permit based on evidence. A lot of evidence that was collected by community members out there with their phones, taking pictures, trained water quality monitors, doing that sampling data, and sending that on to inform the work of those attorneys who are winning those cases before the Fiscal Responsibility Act and Congress intervened. Next slide. The work that we've done, this is just a segment of the pipeline route. The kind of hazy blue dots that you see, each of those is a point where either the surface road or the pipe itself crosses water body. And this is a map we created through the Mountain Valley Watch project. But what's significant to me too is seeing the full watershed, seeing all the connections, not just trying to protect those specific points, everything and everyone species downstream.
Just to clarify, the documentation that you're showing us in the Mountain Valley Watch Group, that's a group of private citizens. This is not a group of government regulators that are watching over this pipeline.
That's correct. And as we're assembled here today, many of those people are out there right now documenting as they rush to try to this project as we speak, probably.
Could you tell us about how many hours that I'm assuming are unpaid that you've put into this type of work?
Say is I've never personally experienced anything like this, the level of dedication from people who prefer to remain back. It's around the clock for many people, 7 days, anticipating weather events and just trying to be prepared to capture again what the agencies always fail to capture.
Thank you. And I know you had mentioned this, and our other experts have mentioned this, talking about sediment and water pollution and how you've experienced this impact in your own life, in the lives of your community members, and that of the surrounding ecosystem.
Yes, I want to apologize to the judges and also thank you for these images are distressing. But this frame here is one such example of precisely the kinds of things that we're learning about from the start of the process all the way back to 2014. Though MVP was supposed to be boring under this creek, they in fact broke through the bottom of the creek. And the muddy sediment from the bull pit there ended up flooding into that karst. Yeah. This is how I describe how dangerous that is for our environment. This is directly sinking creek. And all of these images that I'll be sharing have all transpired. Everything you see has transpired since the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act section 13. So this is an example from that very same site that we're just looking at where dewatering operations on the work site basically failed following a significant rainstorm. It never been able to control this, even using what they call best management practices. I can go to the next slide. Put this back into this frame for a close-up. You can see muddy water just sheeting off of the project site, the entry culvert. And also, I want to draw your attention to the bottom right corner of these slides where it says no enforcement action was taken. Everything you're seeing here was reported to the Virginia DEQ by myself or other volunteers, including trained water quality monitors. Go to the next slide, please. So see at the bottom right corner, developing each of these. This is where that sediment incident entered into Sinking Creek and continued on downstream. And we kept reporting these, and the DEQ kept excusing them away. So we can go to the next slide. I pulled this one primarily so that you can see the contrast between the clear, clean water flowing on the right side of the creek, where MVP's pollution that didn't rise to the level of any kind of notice of violation from Virginia DEQ is entering into the creek. This is not even the worst of what we're going to see. So we can go to the next slide. It's hard to even really explain how things transpired over the course of these 10 days. Partly because we don't actually know where MVP broke through the karst. This is not even adjacent to the pipeline right of way. But we do know that they broke through the karst because what you're looking at is a spring. It's a spring about a quarter of a mile from the pipeline crossing. The household that's not shown in the picture drew their water from that spring crystal clear for 50 years. MVP had to bring them bottled water, even though their home property is not on a pipeline easement. They weren't compelled to, but they started bringing them bottled water while they waited for this to be cleaned up. We go to the next slide. And this is where, after that, all of that heavy sediment bubbled up from what was once a pristine spring, drained through a culvert and into Sinking Creek, miles upstream from the other site that we're looking at. We can go to the next slide. You can see how much of it is settling right here. This portion of Sinking Creek is behind a mill dam, so it moves very slowly through here. We've seen bald eagles in this site. We've seen herons, turtles, ducks. There are trout in this creek, maybe. Next slide, please. And it flowed like this for 10 years without any enforcement. And no answers from the regulatory agencies at all. And you can see how far across the creek it goes and how far down the creek it goes. Next slide, please. This is two different sites of the same creek, miles downstream. Next slide, please. And I finally reached the point where I felt like I had to capture this from the air, so I took my drone out and flew over that site so that for people to fully be able to understand how much was just flowing into the creek all this time. One more. From a different angle, just so you can see the intensity of the destruction in the creek. And then I got one last one after this.
Mr. Chisholm,
Out of respect for time today, let me ask you a question. A lot of people may be sitting here or watching this from other places in the United States and saying, well, it's like a minor impact on some creek that I'm not familiar with. I like to drive my car. After experiencing this, what would you say about the need for the Mountain Valley Pipeline?
As other folks have described, nothing like this has ever been designed for this type of terrain. The danger to our communities when it's in proximity to people's homes is very real. We've already seen the evidence of what it means for local water sources and everything that we've tried to protect. And I think that's where a lot of the grief and anger comes in. I had neighbors stopping when I was out there monitoring it on these different days and just expressing some of that anger. These are not people who typically necessarily engage in this level of environmental advocacy, but they're just angry formal request to members of the United States Congress to draft legislation to repeal Section 323 mandating completion of the MVP and stripped jurisdiction from the courts where such rights were being upheld. Additionally, due to the risks posed to all life, upstream, midstream, downstream from MVP, we respectfully request the tribunal urge the U.S. House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure to fully investigate whether MVP can ever be safely operated at full capacity. Considering the age and condition of the pipe as revealed by the rupture during testing in Bed Mountain, Virginia, on May 1st, 2024. Respectfully, thank you.
Chisholm, this brings me to tears, the things that you showed me, and I thank you for that. Well, I'm sure you have questions that you'd like to ask. Thank you.
You said it's community water, you said it's what pushback or interactions on encounters have you had with these pipeline people so far?
They have stream monitoring. They have called law enforcement on landowners on their own land. They harass people on their own land by taking their picture, laughing, joking, those kinds of things. And I think, especially again, the injustice inflicted upon our communities by the Fiscal Responsibility Act, they can do that again with impunity. So I feel that. Thank you for that question.
To clarify, so there are rights, workers.
Doesn't serve the need of the environment, it serves the need of the company. Could you expand a little bit on the process with local communities to get this pipeline implemented? Like, was there any kind of hearings, any kind of state process or federal process to work with the local communities before this was implemented? What did that look like, and what was the community response?
Thank you very much. Let's check. Most of which is under the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. I would not describe it as any sort of meaningful engagement with the communities, and I don't think that anybody has ever been able to produce an example of a similar project to be able to honestly and truthfully come into our communities and say, here's what you can expect. Under NEPA, they also do not cover things like you will be surveilled by private security forces who will collude with every single law enforcement agency on the land to make sure that they are protected while they do their work, regardless of whether you are just simply out there watching them do their work or trying to protect water bodies or protect your community. So what they cover are things like what is allowable under the law or what can be mitigated away, all temporary pollution impacts and those kinds of things. But they don't cover any of the lingering harms, and they don't cover the grief and anger and, frankly, trauma on land and people that we've experienced now for a decade.
Yeah, I've seen and heard, not only from you, the impact to people's drinking water, which is truly important. It's the first and primary important thing to continue in life, but sanitation is also, a real need for people. And I've heard that they've brought bottled water in for drinking. But if people, from what I understand, there's community members that can't take showers anymore. Is there been any attempt at all to redress this situation?
Thank you for that question. One of the joys of being able to work with somebody like Mariah is they remind us how systemic this is. They're building these extractive projects through some of the most underserved communities in the region. Poisoning people, sickening people. This project was originally proposed to cost $3.5 billion. It will top $8 billion before it's all said and done. Easily. Setting that money on fire while people are gathering household water from creeks and streams that are also toxic in southwest Virginia and other parts of the region. So while we have all engaged at every level we can over these past 10 years to resist this one specific project, that system continues to grind people down, including people, poison people, save people, and all of the other species that are all related in this ecosystem.
So there has been no attempt by the company to redress the sanitary conditions of people, none?
In most cases, unless you have an easement that gives you some standing to negotiate, say, repairs on your particular land, which in the images that I shared this spring have contaminated, they only did that because we drew so much public attention to that one specific site. But I'm not sure I'm fully answering your question, but there are likely people that we've never met or heard from who have had similar issues that will never be corrected because they were contemplated the way some of these others were.
We have time for a short question. Thank you. And if the question is may need to be tabled until I don't know the proper procedure, it's too long of an answer. My question was on how much of the community, we understand the arguments that these corporations give of economic investment. What is the economic landscape? How many folks do you know work for the company? And is there any sort of divide or community divide, local businesses that are on the side that you're having to deal with? What does that landscape look like?
Thank you for the question. So answer would take a little bit longer than we probably have. I will say that we know that most of the local economic benefits are temporary, where the harms will be long lasting and will never overcome the deficiencies in their promises for economic benefits. So I would just describe it as mainly temporary a screen that industry continues to use to earn favor with people who will help them get the project approved, not meaningful investing in our communities.
Thank you. We do have one more question for you.
You mentioned that people were getting sick from the water. Can you elaborate on what some of that might look like, or tell us of specific incidents of what that impact was?
Thank you for that question. And I should rephrase, I'm speaking more about conditions in coal operating areas where people, once the coal industry has collapsed in that region, have left people behind with basically poisonous drinking water. Specifically at MVP, though, there are instances where people have lost spring water on their farms and land, just lost access to it completely. And you mentioned some of the other folks whose household water was damaged to the point where they had to replace it with bottled water, something packaged and sold to us basically by the plastics industry.
Madam Prosecutor, we'd like to say thank you to this expert witness and would ask also that you might consider allowing us to bring back some of these witnesses for further questions at the end of this time. And thank you so much. It was deeply appreciated.
Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. And the prosecution now calls our final expert testimony and witness, Dr. Madhusudan Kati of North Carolina State University. Dr. Kati, thank you. Could you tell us why you are the appropriate expert for this case and qualified to speak on behalf of nature and its community?
In terms of academic credentials and position right now, I am an associate professor in the College of Natural Resources in North Carolina State University, and I'm also director of the Science, Technology, and Society program. In those roles, a lot of my work involves looking at the role of science and society and communicating and translating science for the broader public. But before that, throughout my career, nearly 4 decades now, since I was an undergraduate, I've always been driven by trying to understand the lives of other species, particularly birds. So I've spent a lot of time studying the behavior and ecology of birds in places that are remote from human habitation as well as in urban areas. And a lot of my work now revolves around finding ways to reconcile human well-being and thriving with the well-being and thriving of other species, because we share this planet.
Thank you so much.
You talked to us a little bit about your expertise and your research on human well-being and the intersection of that with nature. Could you give us a little bit more information on what your research is finding with regard to that interrelationship?
Sure. As I said, I've been focused a great deal on trying to understand how other animals behave and what their ecology is like in the natural environment, as well as in the context of how humans depend on it, especially things like urbanization, as well as infrastructure development, highways, and other things that fragment their habitat. So some of my work is focused on, for example, understanding how birds communicate with one another and how the noise that we generate affect their ability to talk to each other and how that affects their breeding behavior. And that has relevance here as well, because we talked about colorful fish, and I have an example to show, another one to show. But the reason the fish are colorful is because the colors are important for them visually communicate with each other, able to find mates. So when the water gets this polluted, so much sediment, they're not able to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
On that point,
The Mountain Valley Pipeline and other pipelines, and in your experience and research, what are the impacts of such pipelines on watersheds and the related communities of nature?
Yeah, as I have summarized on this slide, put together for me by the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. So I want to thank them, but also there's a range of impacts, and we've heard about a lot of the impacts specifically with respect to Mountain Valley Pipeline. But as was mentioned by previous witness, these are systemic problems worldwide. So there's a big body of scientific literature that tells us what kind of impacts we can expect from projects like this. So from pipeline projects, you can expect loss of habitat and fragmentation of habitat because of the infrastructure being built that cuts through forests. There can be direct mortality or indirect mortality because of modification done to habitats. And we talk about water and air pollution, also think about noise and light pollution. It can disrupt the lives of animals. And we need to think beyond just product or ecological impacts, to thinking about what are we doing to the social lives of these animals. Because we tend not to think about other than human beings having social lives or inner lives. And that's what I really want us to think about. And then science likes to use terms like invasive species and native species, which is kind of imposing a colonial mindsets on other species as well. And there are challenges of disruptions of communities by us moving species around. That's another impact that can happen because of these kind of problems. Other species might be introduced or moved around, or other movements restricted, and that can have significant impacts on these as well. So again, how species are impacted depends on different ways that species might be vulnerable. We've already seen examples of water quality impacting the ecology of species. Species also can have small geographic ranges, and there are some examples of species that are only found in the Horinek River, for example, in this area. species also differ in terms of how sensitive they are to fragmentation. Some species do well in urban areas, for example, or are able to adapt to urban areas, others not. And they require intact, large tracts of forest habitat. And particularly in this region, because it's a originally forested region, there are a lot of species that are sensitive to deforestation. And I also want us to remember that a lot of the forests that you see in the pictures as being destroyed by the pipeline is what we call secondary forest, which means that the process of colonization in the past few centuries has already destroyed all the forests that cover this. And a lot of the forests come back in ways that many people did not expect them to come back. So we have an opportunity to bring back what was lost due to these processes. But we continue to disrupt it by continuing these disruptive processes that we also know in the case of oil and gas that we don't necessarily need to do this right now given the technologies that we have available and what we know of things like. So the broader impact on a global scale is that this is part of the challenge of global warming and climate change. And these pipelines carry gases that also leak and methane in particular, and that's a big part of the engine of global warming as well. So there are local impacts as well as global impacts of projects like this. There are boondoggles in terms of money because they're not really worth it for the kind of life we should be living and for the impact they have on the other animals.
I'd like to ask clarification on that. It piggybacks something another expert testimony was clarifying. You mentioned we don't really need this. There's other technologies out there, and you mentioned global climate change and threats of that nature. Could you just elucidate a little bit on those points, please?
Yeah. So we are in this phase where there's been a lot of talk as well as technology development of alternative energy sources. Many of them are problematic as well, but we have to keep trying to find other ways of meeting our energy needs. At the same time, what we don't hear enough about is that we need to reduce our energy needs. Right? A lot of our traditional ancestral ways did not require so much energy. The big technology right now that's on everybody's mind is AI. Right? And there's a lot of talk about how problematic it can be. But one of the things that doesn't get mentioned is how much energy is required for a single query that you do. You don't ask AI, because it's relying on computers churning away somewhere and generating a lot of things that require water to cool them. So there's a lot of environmental costs to these technologies that are completely unnecessary. So we need to think about what is really important for us, for our well-being, as well as the well-being of other species. And I think we reframe our science and technology and institutions to thinking about well-being and justice at the center. A lot of these problems will be reframed, and maybe we don't need to invest in these kind of massive projects. I also want to quickly go over some of the species that are impacted by this. We already heard about the mussels, and as you can see, this is the species that are listed as either federally or at the state level that they protect. Many other species are aquatic, because the river systems that are most impacted in the southeast, which are also the basis of most of the biodiversity. Some more examples of where they overlap with the MVP pipelines and how many species are. Just to give names to some of these species. Again, I won't go through all of them. I just want to mention that most of these names are colonial names, colonizer names, including in some cases the names of individual colonizers. But we know a lot of species, we know a lot of these species from research like this done. Just a couple of quick examples. One is this Aphia shiner. The map that you're seeing there, the pink boundary area, highlighted area, is the entire range of this species. This is the only place in the world that the species is found. So, affecting the water quality and the distribution of species in this area has a significant impact. The other thing to note is that this species was scientifically discovered only in 1962. And within 25 years it was endangered. But of course, apparently recent cougar, and the reflection, these are species that were found in this area are no longer found. And we can choose, if we choose to apply the science to prevent these issues from happening, rather than doing what we're doing now.
Out of respect of time, then, I'd like to conclude the prosecution's questions with a final question of what would you ask of the judges today and of the tribunal?
Yeah, I describe myself as a reconciliation economist. Just not to write if you want. But what I want to highlight is that there is a limitation in how science separates human nature. The Western colonial science is premised on humans being separated categorically from other species. And I think we need to break that categorization down. And what I'd like the judges to think about, and also in communicating this to the legislators and Congress and the international community, reframe these questions from the point of view of other beings that also exist in the same environment. And think about the impact of industrial actions from humans on what it does to their social lives, what it does to their ability to survive in 100 years. Some species can live longer than humans. We never think about what their life is like. And I think that needs to be the power. And the thing I would suggest is that the panel visit not only the areas that are where the damage is visible, but also walk to the river where it's not yet damaged. Get a sense of what it's like when you don't have damage. What can lush thriving of life in these forests look like if we don't cause them? So keep understanding the aspects.
Thank you, Dr.
The prosecution cedes the floor to Madam President. Thank you.
So much. Well, let's do one question. I'll share for the panel. And I look forward to us being able to look more at your presentation, and that should answer my additional questions. So when looking at the deforestation, I applaud every element, but I'm looking at just asking a question on this element here because it's the first time I've heard it today. When looking at the loss of trees, I think about removing shade cover and thinking about, you know, the elements that you included around noise pollution, light pollution. How does temperature impact from the removal of your shade cover? What does that temperature impact in urbanization have on the social life of these species, on the long-term sustainability of that biodiversity in your experience?
Yes, so for aquatic species, removal of shade along the can have effects on temperature of the water. For chemistry, again, very low. But because it impacts the quality of the water, as well as I mentioned that the amount of light can influence the ability of fish to communicate with one another. So again, having too much sunlight could potentially disturb that. But also in the context of urbanization, there is a lot of growing body of research now, including from my own lab, looking at tree-covered urban areas. And we've been able to look at how the history of housing segregation has resulted in patterns of tree canopy in urban areas where black and brown communities have less more wealthy white communities. This is a pattern across the US, it's a legacy of housing segregation. And we know that there are effects on temperature or warming and consequent health effects, especially when we're doing heat waves.
So I have a quick question. I really wanted to appreciate your constant reminder around the colonial mindset and thinking, what is a life like for these beings? I'd really like to understand what your recommendations would be for remedy and restoration, considering your level of expertise and what you would recommend, or if it's even possible, because I think that's also a question. And I think, what was the other question? you said, you made a comment in saying that we should reframe and center well-being and justice. So when you said that, did you mean in science, in the legal process? Like, can you clarify how you want that to look? And is that a demand? Because if it is, we should include it as the judges. So I just wanted to clarify that. But yes, what does remedy and restoration look like? And if that's even possible?
Yeah, there's a reason why I describe myself as a reconciliation columnist rather than a conservation columnist or restoration columnist. Those are more widely used terms. But I think both of those are produced from some sort of ideal state of nature that will find, okay? Whatever, all trying to get back. But I think the sort of nature is dynamic. Our impacts of nature have also been so severe in many cases that you cannot go back. You know, the streams are in a completely different state than they were in 300 years ago. So what we need to think in terms of is how do we reconcile the damage we've already caused to manage to create spaces where all these other species have a chance to spread as well. And reconciliation also demands accountability on our part. And I'd like tribunals like this to serve as the advocate that can hold up humanity to account. And I don't mean humanity in a broad sense because we write about all that, but specific aspects of humanity such as political science, capitalism. These are things that are causing most of the damage to people as well as to non-human beings. And so in terms of restoration, I don't think we can restore back to whatever state we thought it was. But we need to think about how do we reconcile, how do we create ways of living and habitats for ourselves that cause the minimum damage for other species so that we can all continue to thrive on this planet.
Thank you. One last question. Have you shared your findings with the state and federal environmental agencies?
I try to do this as much as I can. So I've been part of global assessments of urban biodiversity, the cities and biodiversity outlook report that was done about 10 years ago. Served on a board for the state of North Carolina looking at urbanization and the potential for what you mentioned, like carbon sequestration, the areas. So I serve as an expert in that. A lot of my colleagues stay away from engaging directly in policy, but I think it's really important for us to translate what we know in science into policy and the public so there's more informed conversations around. So I try to do that as much as I can.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Very powerful. We appreciate that. And trustee, I think we are going to have a bit of a break right now. And thank all of the witnesses for sharing what they've shared with us.
It's 11:45 right now, so we will be at noon, so we can continue with the program. Thank you so much.
I'm going to run to the back. If I run, one each, you said no, you're not. Cool off in here finally.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am president of the board of directors of the Hall River Assembly, a 501c3 nonprofit founded in 1982 to explore and protect the Hall River and Jordan Lake to build a watershed community that shares this vision. Our goals are to promote environmental education, conservation, pollution prevention, to speak as a voice for the river, the public arena, and to put in people's hands the tools and the knowledge they need to be effective guardians of the river. Mountain Valley Pipeline announced the Southgate extension of the MVP main line into the Hall River watershed in 2017. The Hall River Assembly immediately started researching possible impacts and organizing communities to fight against it. The Hall River Assembly organized community members and worked with other groups, including 7 Directions of Service, Sierra Club, and Appalachian Voices, to oppose Mountain Valley Pipeline. Our voices were heard. Due to the threats to the landowners and communities where MVP Southgate was built, these actions were taken, the following actions. Alamance County Commissioners signed a unanimous resolution in 2018 to oppose the pipeline project. Elon University student government signed a resolution to oppose the pipeline project. The town of Stoneville signed a resolution to oppose the project. NCDEQ wrote a critical letter of the project stating they saw no demonstrated need for it. NCDEQ rejected MVP Southgate's first attempt to apply for the 401 certificate. The city of Burlington wrote critical comments to oppose the project, and 39 state legislators signed a letter to oppose the project. Late 2023, MVP announced a major change in the route that would take it out of the Hall River watershed and move it east within the Dannon River watershed. Hall River Assembly continues to oppose the building of fracked gas pipelines everywhere.
Mr. Wilson, you mentioned something that has come up in our expert
Testimony, I'd like some clarification on, please. You mentioned that the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality said there was no need for the pipeline. We haven't, let's talk a little bit about that. Why was there no need for the pipeline? If you could clarify, please.
I think we've heard earlier today, and with a lot of other speakers, the pipeline is going over budget. It's destroyed habitats, property for landowners, for animals. It's destroyed our water quality. And right now, I think the world is on a path, a trajectory away from fossil fuels, not to entrench ourselves deeper into that, which only bring harm. From production to consumption, there's only harm. Harm outweighs the good. I think DEQ notices that. I think they see that. They could be a little bullish, more bullish in what they do to support that, but I think they see that. I think everybody sees that.
Being the voice of the river, the Haw River Assembly, being the voice for the Haw River Assembly, and the importance of the Haw River. Could you talk a little bit about your own personal connection to the river and why that river is important to you?
I grew up in this area from about age 8 on. My father's family is from this area. We are the descendants of former slaves and the descendants of the indigenous folks who inhabited this area. The water, rivers, and nature have a right to exist. They don't have a central nervous system or a central brain to govern and function themselves, but they have a way of awareness. It lives. If you go out into nature, everything around you is alive. We have to acknowledge that. And I grew up in that. Every time I go outside, I just went outside here before I came up to my podium here to do a little speaking because I was a little nervous. But every time I go outside, I feel the embrace of it. that's not a word, but you know what I mean? That's why it's important to me. I think that's why it's important to you too.
Obviously, have been engaged in your work with the Haw River Assembly. Precedent work, you've been engaged with communities. Talk a little bit about what you've seen. Talked about anger, frustration, grief, and trauma. Can you talk about that, please? What you've experienced yourself?
Right. I can fold that into what our members in the watershed have experienced also. The Mountain Valley Pipeline has a legacy of misleading community members and landowners by providing minimal compensation for land and using eminent domain to take the land if landowners refuse. In our experience, starting in 2018, MVP Southgate representatives bullied landowners along the proposed route through the Haw River watershed in Alamance and Rockingham counties. They were deceitful in explaining the purposes of needing access to survey. They surveyed without permission and lied to neighbors entrusted to keep an eye on properties, saying that the landowner had granted access when they did not. When the survey requests were denied, landowners were issued court hearings for eminent domain cases, which required those who could afford it to pay exorbitant legal fees. Those who couldn't afford it were forced to sign easements. Now, eminent domain is a process by which governments can take property from a private landowner and give it to a pipeline company. The government agency is supposed to do this only when there is an important public use and landowners receive payment for their land, although it may not reflect the true value. In some cases, for example, when a farm has been in a family for generations, the land may be priceless. Property values could drop dramatically, as we have seen from properties in the past of other pipelines, such as Atlantic Coast Pipeline. More than 3/4 of realtors say they view pipelines as a safety risk. The average reduction in offer price for all potential buyers is 66.2% if a pipeline is next to the property. For landowners with tax credits for forestry plans on their land, easements would make them ineligible for the tax benefit and their taxes would significantly increase. Besides the terrible stress for these landowners caused by threats and legal fees, we also had to worry about the impacts to their land and communities around them if the pipeline was built. Now, risks include pipeline leaks, explosions, public health hazards due to compressor station emissions and water contamination. Air samples taken near stations regularly exceed federal regulations for hazardous chemicals. People living near compressor stations experience respiratory impacts. I'm sure I'm gonna repeat, like a parrot. I'm sure you've heard this earlier today. Sinus problems, throat irritation, eye irritation, nasal irritation, visual impairment, sleep disturbances, and severe headaches.
Sharing a microphone so
That's fine.
everyone can hear us. Even though my husband tells me he hears me plenty. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We are limited in our time today, and I want to highlight that you mentioned health and well-being.
Had some previous questions from our CPAC judges on human health. We talked a lot about our nature health. I'd like to end today with a question on what else would you like our esteemed panel of judges to know about the importance of the Haw River and the river systems, and what would you ask of them and of this tribunal today?
Okay, I'll wrap it up by saying a few words about the Haw River and the watershed. The scenic 110-mile Haw River is at the headwaters of the Cape Fear River Basin and includes the Jordan Lake Reservoir, providing drinking water and recreation in central North Carolina, an important habitat to a large number of plants and animals. The tributaries of the Haw and Jordan Lake flow through Guilford, Rockingham, Caswell, Alamance, Orange, Chatham, Wake, and Durham counties. About 1 million people are part of this watershed. The river provides critical, this went out again. I'll yell if you, there you go. Critical habitat. Okay. There we go.
No, the second mic died. What? The second mic died. Okay. It's just.
Okay.
Okay.
Reject. Okay.
So, Mr. Wilson, if you'll just project for now.
Great.
And,
I can do that.
Theater voice.
Right. The river provides critical habitat for numerous plants and animals, including threatened and endangered species of fish, mollusks, and wildflowers. It's one of the only 3 remaining habitats left for the federally listed endangered fish, the Cape Fear Shiner. And Dr. Madhu was just talking about that earlier, if you recall. The health of the Haw River has been impacted by poor development, stormwater, and land management practices. This impacts streams and the river with excess amounts of sediment, bacteria, nutrients, industrial toxins, plastics, industrial manufacturing discharges, and wastewater treatment plants. Poor development practices, lack of buffers, and erosion lead to increased turbidity, which is muddiness in the water. Excess nutrients, such as nitrogen and phosphorus, are leading to increased pH and lack of oxygen in the water. Industrial toxins like PFAS and 1,4-dioxane have made their way into our streams through manufacturing industries in Burlington, Greensboro, and Reedsville. These toxins are known to cause cancers and many other serious health illnesses. And the Haw River has faced some of the worst PFAS contamination in the nation. Haw River Assembly has used legal challenges and lawsuits to find the sources of this pollution and make polluters accountable. High levels of these chemicals are found in the fish and other aquatic life that live in the Haw. Microplastics and macroplastic contamination is present in all samples the Haw River Assembly has collected throughout the Haw River watershed. Now, this results from poor waste management systems, stormwater runoff, and plastic manufacturing. In our urban waters, macroinvertebrates, the small, tiny insects which serve so many positive functions in our water systems, are overwhelmingly being affected by water pollution and stormwater and wastewater. Now, what I want you all to know, and the judges here to know, the new threats to development, construction, gas pipelines, and other projects seem to be never ending. The Haw needs legal standing and rights to protect it from these threats, as stated in the 2023 North Carolina House Bill 795. The Haw River has the right to naturally exist, flourish, regenerate, and evolve into abundant, pure, clean, unpolluted water.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Board, Madam President.
Thank you. We had time for a few more questions.
That was amazing, thank you. So I had 2 questions. You know, I keep asking who's responsible, and I think it's good to name federal government and, you know, the laws also that are being violated, but actually, who are these decision makers? What are their names? Who are these people that are responsible for these decisions at what levels? I think that goes for all of our experts and whoever's testifying. Like, we really want to know beyond the department who is responsible for this, because they have a name, they have an address. The other question that I would ask you is, what do you see in terms of recommendations for remedy, restoration, reconciliation, and operations? And what has that discussion been like with your members? Yeah, I think those are the things that I wanted, and also just some clarity on what's being demanded and from who, because I feel like people have named federal and state governments. I don't know if municipal governments are a part of that, and also if there are other corporations, other bodies that are responsible, and what are those supposed to. So I'm saying that to all the experts as well. Those are my questions. Like, I really would like for you to really name names and be specific of what departments and what laws are violated. So that's a question. I'll ask you that.
I think the responsibility lies in a lot of areas. It overlaps. When we have legislators and I can't think of any exact names right now, but I encourage everybody to go home and look at your maps and see who's representing you. Contact those folks by phone and email, and you can show up at meetings in their faces and do that and question them and demand that they listen to your concerns and the state of the environment where you live. I think the politicians get it flipped a lot of times. They get elected and they become celebrities, and we should fawn over them. That's not the way it is. You work for us. Definitely. We make the demands and they answer to our demands. When these people are put in office, they affect and impact who sits at DEQ, who sits at these other agencies, and I'm talking about local and federal. If they all work and we can talk to each other, work things out. As we see with this new legislation and federal money that's coming down, the administration wants to see spread across the country in these areas, and especially these hard hit areas, Black and brown areas. They want to see the tangible, positive results on the ground. So it's our responsibility to get in the faces of those folks who represent us and make sure that they're standing up for the things that we want.
We have one question.
Okay.
There's been a lot of discussion around the impacts of the water, direct impacts of water. You're one of the first witnesses I've heard brought up the air quality issue. Do you have specifics as far as what the contaminants are in the air and where the sources of those contaminants that are causing the respiratory problems, the throat, and, all the other illnesses that you mentioned?
One of the sources of that contamination is the air compressor stations. And a lot of times those compressor stations are located in frontline communities and Black and brown communities, low income communities, communities that don't have
Pump stations?
compressor stations, where the gas comes through a pipeline to these stations and they add pressure to it so it flows more efficiently through the lines. I would say. There's also pollution from the earth moving vehicles that do the work to create these things, and I think that's not talked about nearly enough. The things that are coming out of the ground, the methane and all that kind of stuff that's coming out of the ground, the industries that are using this stuff and transporting it by truck and through pipeline. At every step of the way, there's contamination of all the zines and xylenes, all these things that you can name. It's all out there. PM 2.5 and 10s, all that stuff. And we're all breathing it in. It all comes from this stuff for the sake of capitalism and profits for companies. And the legislators and elected officials allow them to do that so they can put money in their own pockets at the sake and I'm losing my word.
Okay.
Sacrifice
All right.
of communities.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Did
Thank
you tell us what your recommendations are? And we have just a short time to wrap that up.
My recommendation is a complete turnaround from fossil fuels. My recommendation is a grasp on clean, renewable, green energies. Do that effectively and efficiently with environmental and climate justice implications for communities of color, so that they're not left out and so they're at the table and they're helping making the decisions. Any other way is not going to work.
Thank you so much. You've been invaluable. Thank you for everything that you've shared with us. You may sit down. Thanks. Madam Prosecutor, there are a few more questions, large questions that we still need to answer. I understand that time is of the essence, but may we recall one of our witnesses, Ms. Cavalier? Dr. Cavalier.
I'll see the board to, that is for follow-up question.
I'm going to ask the judges here to try to think of any of the final questions they may have overlooked. And Ms. Cavalier, I would also like to ask you to, Dr. Cavalier, excuse me, to feel if you don't have the answer to questions. I'm going to ask several in a row personally.
Okay.
That you might point out somebody for a quick answer.
Okay.
Do any of you have a question that you'd like to ask? Because I'm going to start here. All right. Where are we with the situation of MMIW, MMIP, and MMIR in relationship to Mountain Valley Pipeline?
That's a really good question. So here on the East Coast, because we do not have federal reservations like out west, we have to fall under state, county laws, municipality laws, and there's no data here in the state. During my doctoral dissertation, I studied that problem. And I found out in the state of North Carolina, there's over 600 women alone, just women, that have been missing or murdered in Robinson County. Here in Alamance County, Rockingham counties, there's about 20 missing Indigenous women, girls, two-spirits. The statewide, the problem with our data, with up-to-date numbers, we have about 1,200 missing women that we know of, that we have combed through newspapers, looked through police records, or, you know, the, I don't know what you call those things that the police send out, but looking those, and that's just information that we've done at MMIWNC. That's not official. The state lacks a database, and they lack the input from state officials, because one, here in the state, they don't classify people based on Indigenous. So the police do not have a state operating procedure for each of the departments. They're very individual. So you could have 1,000 departments across the state of North Carolina that are police or law enforcement, and they visually recognize you. They'll say, oh, you look Hispanic, you look Black, you look white, and that's how they classify you. So that is one of the reasons why we have a gap in the data. And we are working on that, but without reciprocity across the counties or with the tribal communities or tribal governments, it's very difficult.
Thank you. And that would be a question also for the community at large with the Violence Against Women Act. We know that each of these pipelines also come with drugs, for instance, that impact our communities, and violence against women. Any violence against Mother Earth is violence against women. That's something that's been proven. I'd like to know who are the owners of MVP Pipeline, and to add to her question, just like who is the company above them, and then let's call them out by their names. Who they are.
I'm gonna pull that up because we were just up in Canada protesting it. So the Mountain Valley Pipeline LLC is a joint venture that owns and is constructing the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and it is a joint venture of these companies: Equitrans Midstream Corporation, Next Era Energy Inc., Consolidated Edison Inc., Alta Gas Ltd., RGC Resources. And I want to say that EQM, and Russell, you may have to help me, at one time they split apart from Equitrans, but I believe in February they decided to merge back together. So they split apart and now they're coming back together. For what? I don't know. But also there are very many banks, such as the Royal Bank of Canada, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, that have invested into these banks, as well as local banks. And the one thing that we have been doing is on a campaign locally to tell people to divest their money from these banks. because they need to be held accountable.
May I also suggest to you that you find out the name of the insurance companies?
Exactly,
Because
exactly.
we'd like those names as well, and we'd like a list of the companies that she just mentioned, as well as the banks and the insurance.
I can get that list to
companies
you.
that will happen. And what is the state of the carbon credits that come from?
So they have not gotten to that carbon credit statement yet. However, we just testified at the Duke Utility Commission about the Duke Energy carbon plan that they have introduced, and Duke is trying to greenwash and say that they're going to get to, I don't know, a net zero by this certain date, 2035. However, in 2001, when they came up with their carbon plan, they had did it for 2022. So they have already blown that date that they did from 2001. And now they keep kicking that tin can down the road. And so we are trying to hold them accountable. And they're already doing carbon capture in the ocean. It's carbon blue, where they're capturing things from the ocean. And so it's only a matter of time before they start to do this carbon capture here, which I really do believe, because they have that carbon capture plan.
Thank you. They will have a plan right now for the carbon credits. I'm sure you can trace those down too. I know that this affects reproduction, not only of animals and fish and the mussels, and but in human beings as well, and your culture. And if you want to address those very shortly,
yes,
then I only have one more after that.
I do want to say these are the chemicals that are being found in the air from this frack gas and in the water when they do leach into the soil. So in the air, particulate matter, anything over 2.5 comes into your lungs. It's very difficult to breathe if you have asthma, COPD, or any other breathing issue. Nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds such as benzene, toluene, hexane, xylene, and formaldehyde. That is what our people are breathing. In Pittsylvania County, where I don't know, have you guys spoke yet? Oh, in Pittsylvania County, there's a large population of that community that has asthma and these problems. But because they're in such a small population, the EPA will not do a study because the EPA requires 10,000 or more members. And that community only has 2,000 to 3,000 members.
Okay, and you've spoken to the effect on your culture, the indigenous culture here in this territory.
The effect on our indigenous culture is people are afraid to speak up because we have been intimidated. We have had people come by, try to run us off the road. And that is just for us speaking up. We've had police intimidation, but there's also, when people are in Pittsylvania County, some of the people ride by the NAACP leaders' homes. They will target them. They have campaigns that they put on the air, and then they try to turn the community against each other.
Okay, thank you. The last thing that, and this is for all of the witnesses, just a show of hands. Does anybody think that this pipeline is necessary? Anybody in this room, any of our witnesses, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you think it's not necessary, please. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Cavalier. And thank you, everyone. I turn this back over to our Earth Watch students.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Cavalier. This time, we with the prosecution would like to call our next set of witnesses, Elizabeth and Anderson Jones.
Mrs. Jones, we appreciate it. First, I would like to ask you, why are both of you appropriate witnesses today in this tribunal.
We happen to be the neighbors of MVP and the Transco Williams pipeline. Transco Williams pipeline started in 1957. Small pipes, 19 inches, pumping gas, but it was noisy. They would send around a note to each of us, each family, to let them know that the compressor was going to be letting go of the gas and pushing the gas. It was noisy, but we were supposed to stay indoors. Now, I'm not a farmer. I'm from New York City, a retired assistant principal for 32 years in the New York City public schools. But my spouse is a farmer. And we retired to the farm, the legacy land. I'm just going to let him tell you what I mean by legacy land.
My name is Anderson Jones. I was born on the Jones family farm in Talent, Virginia. We had a beautiful life there when I was young, plowing, milking cows, feeding chicken, hogs. It was a wonderful time until they started cutting out tobacco acreage. And we didn't have no income, so we had to go out and go to work and farm. My mother was a Native American. I did not know she was a Native American until 2019. And I took my DNA and I found out when I went to Africa, took my DNA, I found out that my mother was Native American. And my father, I know he was a Native American, but he was from Tennessee and he was a Cherokee Indian. But follow on, the farm was very useful. We had a lot of good times there. And here comes Mountain Valley Pipeline. It was a disaster. What happened, they put a mound across my farm, almost 600 feet, 600 yards across the farm. You could not use the farm road anymore. Almost from 4 to 10 feet tall. And they did nothing to correct it with all the complaint we had. It had been a big problem with Mountain Valley Pipeline. We had a gravesite with the ancestors buried there, and they blocked it off. We couldn't even go visit it anymore. And I'm just so disgusted. The problem with my ancestors I went through the years. And now what they saying, oh, I can take your land and do what I want with it. They took it one time, now they take it the second time. Oh, this don't make sense. And I'm asking somebody to help us. I built a nice house on the farm and trees, oh, awesome trees. Everybody want to buy them, but I don't want to sell them because they're so beautiful. We found artifacts on the farm, which was indigenous, and we used to keep them on the farm because I thought, oh, that was so beautiful. The pipeline came and gave us an envelope, maybe 7 small pieces of artifact. And I have one, a Tomasaw on my house. And I used to find these things all the time when I used to cultivate the land. And like I say, I just wish I could just get them out of that. And now we're having trouble with the Trusco pipeline. My wife will tell you more about that.
So, Sir, Mrs. Jones, with that, the prosecution will cede to the judges.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You're crystal clear. We don't even have questions.
Thank you, Madam.
I just want to make a reminder to all the representatives and experts that we have sent out an email so you can put all the requests of the tribunal all together. So we can have it all together. We have many requests for the tribunal. It'll be great if some of them have written them, some of them have done it orally, but if you can write them down, then the it'll be. Thank you so much. Yes, and we have, remember also that we have a drive for additional information. Both Shannon and I here as secretary, if you want to turn into the panel that is any additional information, reports, any links that you want to present as additional evidence, we're here and we'll be receiving information throughout the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yes, and our timekeeper is reminding us that we are not allowed to go over, and we will respect that. Thank you. And at this point, I want to thank Madam President. We will continue to call our third witness to the podium, Catawba Elder Monty Branham. Thank you, Elder Branham. And can you tell us here today why you are the appropriate witness and expert qualified to speak on behalf of nature and her communities?
I had this whole thing written out, and I've taken in everything that I've heard from the experts, from the witness, from people sitting out here in the audience. So I'm probably going to abandon this. Why do I feel like I'm qualified? I talk for the ancestors. I am speaking for the waters. I'm speaking for Mother Earth. I'm speaking for the children of the future. That's what qualifies me to be here and talk today.
Thank you, Elder Branham. Can you talk to us specifically about the Catawba and the Catawba relationship to the river and nature, please?
Yes, ma'am. And I feel like I said, I had stuff written out. The headwaters of the Catawba River start in the mountains of North Carolina. They flow down through the valleys. They feed all the way through the waterways as part of those waterways that feed other waterways. It travels all the way to the ocean. So the pipeline directly affects that, because we know that old saying that it flows downstream. So if it's affecting what's going on at the headways in North Carolina, it's affecting what's happening in our oceans and everything along the valley. Our river specifically has went through many, many changes. You know, I've seen pictures of the sturgeon. I had someone ask me one time, said, what is the fish in y'all area? I said, oh, at one time it was the sturgeon. They said, sturgeon, really? I said, yeah, sturgeon, till they started putting them down along the waterways. They started making these man-made lakes. They started flooding out these little towns and villages and stuff, burial grounds to make man-made lakes. They're putting these nuclear power plants along the rivers, along the lakes. I had a gentleman share with me today, they're talking about putting another one down here on Lake Norman. He said, have you heard about it? I said, no, I haven't, but yeah. I have heard our leadership, being that we are Yesah, people of the river. We have to take more control over what's happening. Since that river can't speak for itself, the only ones that can speak for it are those that are willing to stand up. And that's what we're doing here today. We're standing up. We're standing up saying these waters, these rivers, the lands. Let me speak on the lands here for a minute. I was looking at all this that was going on. We're talking about air quality. You know, we continue, or they continue. Man continues. Those in power, those that are pushed by greed and power, continue to take more and more trees away from the lands. What does this do? You cannot replace a 300-year-old oak that is a filter that takes all of this bad stuff. We have all these scientists, and I love my man here. He talking about it's time that we bring science into it. Well, we have all these brilliant minds and scientists all over, and they keep talking about all these problems, but yet they can't come up with a solution. They're blind to the solution. We've got to stop doing away with all these trees, all these filters. We've got to stop putting all this pollution, all of these things. We've got to stop destroying Mother Earth from the inside. You know, we're tearing her apart and we can't see it. Or we see it. It's those that have power, those that are pushed by greed, by that power. They the ones that don't see. All of those in this room, the people speaking, your judges, your witnesses, your experts, they see it. Our children, some of our children see it too. Some of our children weep along.
Mr. Branham, I have a question for you with regard to the terms that you're using, just to be clear. You're talking about Mother Earth. You talk about relationship to nature. Why? How does that relate to your community? Why is she a mother to you?
She's a mother to everyone, to everything. Matakiwe Oasan, all my relations, all my relatives. At the end of my statement, and this is something that I would put out to anyone. Could Mother Earth and all the natural resources survive without mankind and the destruction he has and is causing them? Question. Answer. Of course, she and they could. They would heal and thrive. There was a TV show, something about like life without man or something like that, and it shows how the earth takes back over all these cities. You know, we got problem with flood. That's because we're replacing Mother Earth with asphalt and concrete. We're taking away the soil that takes it in, that filters it, gives us clean water. We're causing that destruction ourselves. And it's time that we stop. My next question would be, can mankind live without Mother Earth and the resources that they provide us? The answer there is no. We would surely die and be inexistent no more.
And so with that, what would you ask of the judges and of this tribunal today?
Well, I would plead and ask from my heart that we put a stop. Not that we ask them to do anything other than stop. It is not needed. You know, this country's pushing this whole electric car thing. Why do we even need these things that they're doing? And then when it comes to the electric car, building these batteries and all, we're going back and digging into Mother Earth to bring up things to do that. What are we going to do with that solid waste that it takes to do all of these things that they're saying that we got to have, that they're pushing on us? This is stuff they're forcing on us. It was said earlier too, you know, hey, I can remember when life was so much simpler, you know. I've got a little age on me. I mean, I was introduced as an elder and I'm still trying to grasp that. I mean, I still refuse, but, you know, life was simpler. And, you know, what's really important, if you think about it, and this is the way I look at life, that tree standing there compared to me, the only thing I can do is do like I'm doing today. Try to stand up and talk, influence, encourage, give positive energy to people. That's all I can do. That tree gives you life. I give you hope. I will.
Thank you, younger elder. I see the floor to Madam President.
Thank you for that. So, my question to you as to how also that aspect and how this pipeline will affect the ongoing life of pottery.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, the Catawba people are known for their pottery tradition, which has been carbonated to date back over the latest number I heard was between 8,000 and 13,000 years. That our people have harvested clay from the riverbanks, which the waterways directly influence there. So any impurities that go into that go into the clay. The thing about clay is we approach clay like we do or like we're supposed to as far as life. Our mind, our body, our spirit has to be pure when we're working in that. And the reason why all my relations, a lot of people don't understand that term, all my relations, but as an artist, and a lot of artists will tell you this, and a lot of people that collect art will tell you, it captures the artists themselves. So you've got to have that clear, that pure mind, body, and spirit to be able to put it into that. I don't want to give anybody something that is going to bring something bad on them. It's got to hold that goodness. So the water does affect that. Another thing about the water, the Catawba River, it has given, continues to give the Catawba people life, but it's also our passageway to the spirit world. For many, many years, up until government, society says, y'all can't do this no more, the river is where we would take our people when their earth walk ended. And part of that also was being pure and clean. So if that water's not pure and clean, then that spirit gets trapped between the earthly realm and the spirit realm, and we can't rest the way we should. So it directly affects us in our way of life because that is who we are, Yesah, people of the river. Thank you.
Hesitate to call you elder.
Hey, you put me on call the first day, so hey, you call me whatever you wish.
Thank you.
How
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam President. At this time, there is prosecution will call, and I hate, I'm going to say it though, Lumbee Elder Donna Chavis. Elder Chavis, can you tell us, please, why you are the appropriate person to testify here today as an expert qualified to speak on behalf of nature and her community's sleep?
And just let me say, I clearly own elder. And not just because I'm 74, but I do want to tell one quick story. And I'm going to try, because we shared questions. I've been reworking a lot of stuff here. I'm going to try in the beginning question to cover so we can save some time. One of the honors, biggest honors that I recall ever happening to me, because as we all know, being an elder does not necessarily mean it's a time date state that you become an elder. And after some work with youth in my community, one of them came up to me, and I did happen to be older, so it was an appropriate question. She said, "It is all right if I call you elder?" And it just stopped me right where I am, because I felt like I had earned that title when a 13-year-old asked me if she can call me an elder. And she was a 13-year-old who understood what that meant. So please call me elder.
Yes.
And so I would say I am one of those who belong here today, along with everyone else in the room. And I've greatly appreciated everything. And I give my gratitude to everyone who worked to put this together. But one of the things that came to me was that part of my elderness, for 50 years now, I have been working in a variety of ways as a justice advocate. That includes economic, social, and environmental justice. And I'm not going to go through all of the criteria in my bio, but one of the areas that hit me strongly was that, and I'm going to jump into the 80s, was in 1982 when the Warren County demonstrations happened against the PCB dumping in a predominantly, almost completely African-American community. I happened to be on the board of the United Church of Christ Commission for Racial Justice. And in fact, at that time, I was the first Native person on the board and the first non-Black person on the board, because the commission was started as a American justice entity. And so I was able to be a part of the evolution that happened with the what has become known as the launch of the environmental justice movement. It was during that time in Warren County that the term environmental racism was coined. And then in 1991, I was on the planning committee of the First National People of Color Environmental Justice Leadership Conference Summit. And that was very important because I was able in the planning committee to bring an Indigenous voice that actually, if you read the 17 principles of environmental justice, there's a very strong Indigenous overlay in those environmental justice principles. And without the Indigenous voice in that conference, it would have been very different. And I won't go on about that. But that was in 1982 and then 1991. In between, in 84, Robeson County was where I live, was targeted by many dirty industries, toxic waste facilities, radioactive incinerators, just a number of things. And the organizing work that I was involved with at that time worked to try and stop those. And this was right on the tail end of the activities in Warren County. So there was an energy. And what we learned was that our river had no protection. Mm-hmm. There were no regulations in North Carolina to protect the rivers from dumping. And so we began to organize, and we brought in strongly the Indigenous community to organize against these toxic waste facilities. And so much so that when there was a hearing at UNC Pembroke, it was overflowing, standing room only. Over 3,000 people showed up. And to the point that with the next hearing, they wanted to move it and not have it at UNC Pembroke. So we felt like, we had had an impact. And this brought together then an understanding in ways in our community of what was happening with the environment that we knew nothing about because we were not at the table. And one of the things, the question I had earlier about was free, prior, and informed consent. The answer to that is no. Because what we learned, I'm doing a lot of bringing together your questions. What we learned with the Atlantic Coast Pipeline process of trying to stop that horrible pipeline was that the companies considered a consultation. So we had some educating to do. Conversation is not consultation. Right. And that education had to be done not only to the companies to say, no, it's not a consultation because they just could blow you off. Mm-hmm. It had to be done with our own people who thought they were being consulted when they were having a conversation. And so there was a great deal of organizing and educating went on. And one of the things I was really involved with, because I started going to tribal council meetings, I hadn't been going, I confess. And maybe I would be the only one there sometime. Well, one other person. So one of the organizings was to get people to go to the tribal council meetings, holding the elected officials accountable. That was very important because now there are a lot of people at all the tribal council meetings and they can be seen virtually. So when it came up, I heard the buyout issue. Whenever there was 2 tribes in North Carolina offered $1 million each to agree to support the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, and they had to sign an agreement that it was a gag order agreement. I'm glad to say in North Carolina, both tribes said no. One of the tribes said no straight up with their tribal council. And I applaud those people, because that was the tribal council saying no. The other tribe, the tribal council said no, but the tribal chair could veto. And we were surprised that he was wise enough to veto. So neither one of the tribes in North Carolina accepted the money. And they did figure out over time that $1 million wasn't very much, especially to give away your voice, that you couldn't say anything. Once you decided you'd made a mistake, you were shut up.
Thank you so much for the example of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline as it applies to what we're facing right now with the Mountain Valley. I know that we have a limited time, and I was going to ask you to clarify, how do you see, as an Indigenous elder, justice and nature interwoven? How do Indigenous peoples and your peoples see justice in the face of nature?
And I have struggled with that question the entire day. And what came to me was that we say in our county, the law is not about justice. And even lawyers tell us the law is not about justice. The law is about conditions. And there are a lot of conditions that come into play of why laws become set in stone, so to speak. And for me, and the way I grew up, justice was about a sense of balance and harmony. And I was trying to get a sense of what could be a visual of that. And many of you may have seen the picture where there's the difference between equity and equality. You know, if you have equality, everybody has the same size stool that they're standing on, and some people can see over and some can't. But with equity, the tall people only get a little stool, and the short people get a big stool. So the best way I could describe our sense of justice is that we are about trying to reach equity, taking into consideration many elements that might cause someone to do something, so that we might try to work with the legal system to mitigate what their laws are, because those laws are not a standard of justice.
Thank you. And since we have less than a minute left, I would ask you, what would you ask of our esteemed panel of judges today and of this tribunal?
I agree with everything that has been said so far, especially the one where Mr. Chisholm said, let's get rid of that law. And we know what law that is, the Joe Manchin law, number one. But so I could say I agree with everything, but I would like to add a little bit of a tweaking of the frack gas, no more frack gas. And I would say no more methane, because we're going to run out of frack gas. You know, just all natural resources, when you use them up, they're gone. And with the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, they said 15 years down the road, the Marcellus Shale was going to be dry. And that's one of the biggest frack gas shales in the country, which means they were in a hurry to get it built and trying to cut corners. And that's what's happening with the MVP. But methane, they can have forever. And we have to bring in methane, because they're figuring out a way to get their methane from waste. Waste to energy is the new thing. And we're going to always have, we're going to always have poop. I thought of another word. I was going to say, excuse my language. I wasn't even going to say French. But we're going to always have poop. And they're figuring out a way how to always have methane. Always have methane. And the poop methane causes so many more issues even than the frack methane. So I would like to say, please say no more methane generated energy, because we have to put that word on the table and stop the methane.
Thank you. And now the prosecution cedes to Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned the distinctions between simple conversation and true consultation. Would you also speak to the distinctions between consultation and consent?
Yes, that's an excellent question, because just as the companies can try to get us to think that a conversation is consultation. They can also do the same with consent. That if they have consulted, that means they have approval. Consultation and consent, and I don't know the legalities with that question, so I think you might know more about it than I do, so I may ask you to answer that question.
Would you like to address
I know
that?
generalities, but I think the specifics are important.
If I can have a conversation with you, I say,
Right,
you have a car,
right.
let me pay you $2. Is that okay?
No,
That's not consent.
right,
But if I give you $2 and steal your car, it's stolen,
right.
because you haven't
Consented, yes,
to the deal, even though we talked.
right,
Even though.
right.
Even though I put a suggestion on the table.
right,
Even though I've talked to you about it, you gave me an answer, I received the answer wasn't what I wanted, and I went and did what I intended to do.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's an important distinction, and I think the companies oftentimes ignore the idea of actual consent.
Exactly.
Yes.
And perhaps I knew more about it than I thought.
Yeah,
because I did understand that
He
to be the
consulted
difference.
you, and if you have a $2 car,
Right.
I'll offer $3.
Right, right. And that did happen. That did happen with the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, where the companies would have these conversations and go back and say, well, they agreed to support it because they had agreed to the conversation. So that's exactly what happened. Anyway, exactly.
So I really appreciate all the background that you gave to how we got to this point. The one thing that I was curious about, considering your wealth of knowledge and work
And organizing, and I guess for a lot of the other witnesses, what do you see as remedy or resolution or, reparations? Like, what does that look like for the communities, and what have you heard in your work about what people are asking for and demanding for in terms of the river systems, the water and its rights?
A wonderful question. And we were blessed because we were able to stop the ACP before it destroyed our river. And the river for us is still a source of food. We still have people within the subsistence living level where they depend on the river for the fish, as well as we have a lot of people still without indoor plumbing, et cetera. So in terms of reparations, one of the things that was very informative about getting people on board in opposition to some of these projects was because they did not believe there could ever be any reparations for the river. That the level of destruction that would have happened if they had been allowed to come, that they did not believe it could actually be repaired. And I'll give you some background on that. We have had a sign on our river for decades now that says fish are not suitable for eating. And that is not because of any pipeline. That's because of the industry that was allowed to situate itself and dump into the river and put all kinds of toxic waste into the river before it was begun to be protected. The mercury in that river has not been able to be remediated. So that when we're looking at reparations, one of the things that comes up, for instance, is that we need consideration for housing that can help, that can be upgraded for energy efficiency, which would help people with, of course, their electric bills, their utility bills, et cetera, but that would use less resources and that would have facilities that would bring it up to the 21st century. So housing is a major issue. Another issue is some sort of consideration for systems that support medical care, because we have in our county a very high rate of asthma in children because of, as I said, the polluting industries that were already there with the air problems and other pollutions. So really things that have come up, excuse me, that has come up has been in relationship to remediation where the life, the quality of life could be improved, even though they recognize that if the river is affected, they may not live to see the reparations occur. And they're not asking for a dollar payment. They actually want the quality of life to be evaluated and considered, and the impacts that they have had on that quality of life to be remediated in some way.
Thank you. Did you have any questions?
So that tribes. Know the data or how many tribes they exchange of that.
2 tribes in Virginia were approached and both of them took the money. And they both agreed, not the tribal council, not to speak against the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. Now that is their leadership. It is not the members. The members of the tribe continued to be, the tribe could, they couldn't ban them, but they could actually have written some kind of statement against what they said. But the members of the tribe were not banned from speaking, but the tribal council did take that gag.
Thank you. We're trying to do a little short answer here if possible. In Oklahoma, where we have a lot of fracking and injection wells, of course, the injection wells take millions of gallons of water. And then that's put back into the earth itself. We've had 200 earthquakes in the last 2 weeks. And I'm wondering if the same situation is happening here, because that affects the pipelines.
There have been an increase in earthquakes, yes. In fact, even where we don't have the pipelines yet, we have, regular utility pipelines. But we've had some increase in earthquakes, even with the increase of the utility pipelines. But as far as the large pipelines, yes, there has been an increase in earthquakes in North Carolina.
We really appreciate all of your information. Thank you so much for your testimony here. Elder Donaty.
Thank you.
And Columbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elder Taylor. The prosecution calls our next witnesses, Okanichi citizen Esther Whitmore and Tribal Councilwoman Beverly Payne, to the podium, please.
Y'all know I'm standing in front, right?
You can stand wherever you both like. Thank you so much for being here today. Can each of you tell us why you are the appropriate people to speak on behalf of nature and her communities?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, because I'm going to say simply because we are human beings, because we breathe and bleed, because it's our normal right.
Thank you.
As anybody that breathes and bleeds.
And my response to that would be, we were put here to protect all living things on the planet. And I'm not speaking today, I'm speaking for the ancestors, and I'm speaking for all of the generations that are going to come behind me. So it's not me that is qualified. I'm using the strength of others. Thank you so much. And Councilwoman Payne, could you tell us a little bit about your area of where your community is and where you are and where they are in the process of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, please?
In approximately 2017 or 2018, the tribal council actually met with FERC, and FERC kindly let us know.
The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
Yes. They kindly let us know that they were meeting with us out of the kindness of their heart, because we were not are not federally recognized. They also, my question with them was about the pipeline itself. What made the pipeline so safe that they would be sure that we would not have any ramifications from it? And so they offered to show us a pipeline that we were supposed to go, and I don't remember where we were supposed to go in North Carolina to see a pipeline that was already being put in. And maybe it wasn't a pipeline that was being put in. Maybe it was an example of a pipeline and all their fail safes. But that never happened because of different things, which I do not remember why it didn't happen. It was not FERC's fault. I do remember that.
Councilwoman Payne, you made a distinction that might be critical for today's conversation. Not a federally recognized tribe, yet you recognize yourself as a member of a tribe. What's the difference, and why did that matter when the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission came to town?
Are there any, have you spoken to anyone?
I hate to interject, Madam President, it's all right if I.
Please.
It's not a question on her identifying herself. It's not a question on her identifying herself of who she is. This is for a lot of indigenous people that are quote unquote fairly recognized. We know who we are.
Yes. Yes.
We don't need someone to tell us who we are, but we need someone to acknowledge and respect.
Correct. It also, it's about being federally recognized depends on what you get from the federal government and if you are recognized. So we aren't recognized, and they were letting us know that we didn't have any rights as far as they're concerned.
Thank you for that clarification. That's important clarification. Now, you've also talked a little bit about, we've talked about being a tribal elder, and Ms. Whitmore has also talked about ancestry and ancestors. Can you both talk a little bit about your community, your tribal community's relationship with nature, and why that and recognizing ancestors is important to both of you, please?
Well, first I will say there are traditionalists, and then there are absorbed people. So, and you know, it's about people's beliefs. Can you repeat that question again?
Sure. Talk a little bit about your tribe's beliefs with regard to nature and your surroundings and why that's important to you.
Well, I cannot speak for the tribe. I can only speak for me. And I'm going to tell you, every morning when I go outside, I say, hey, world. And then I might speak individually to whatever I see, which has lately been a fox, a red fox, y'all. Who hisses at me in my yard, kind of like FERC or the MVP, you know. So, but don't get me wrong, I haven't had any trouble with the MVP, but that's not to say that we won't. So, I believe that everything is alive. Everything. It has some sort of memory, some sort of knowledge of us. Because if it didn't, how could it live? It bleeds in some way and it breathes in some way.
Thank you, Bev. My response to that would be, I always had a understanding to respect every living thing around me. And growing up, I was very disconnected from the culture. But there was something inside me that always knew that we were put here to protect every living thing, no matter how small, even the things in the water that we can't see, but can only see under microscopes. I was the sister growing up that got mad when my brothers would kill the ant hills with the, the microscope in the sun. And I would get so angry. I'm just like, everything, there's a reason for everything, even if we feel like mosquitoes are terrible. Personally, I don't, agree with that one, but I know that we were put here as stewards for this planet to protect it and to keep her thriving. So tell us then why it's important for you, what threats or fears you face with regard to the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Want to go back?
The pictures I saw up there that Mr. Chisholm had up on, those are horrendous. The life of the man that sat in the chair before Mr. Chisholm came and talked about it. He also had pictures of rivers and what had gone wrong. I really don't know what I would do if that happened. I mean, to think that you have no recourse, that your government, your pursuit of life and liberty, you don't have it. And my question is why don't we have that? Why does somebody like MVP have the right to come and take your land and put their pipeline on it, and you still have to pay property tax? Why? Maybe MVP wouldn't be so bad in my mind if I knew that they were putting the pipeline in their own yards. So, I might be giving you half answers. And you're free to ask me other questions. But I think that our democracy is really, really in trouble. When somebody from the government can take your land, considering that in here we're all indigenous, and well, then when does it get to be your land? So I just want to say, when I said earlier we're on Indian land, it's our land. And maybe we should be a little bit more strong about what we're going to do about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give our other guests a witness opportunity to close. Thank you. I just wanted to say, my family, my ancestors are from North Carolina. My grandfather and his wife, my grandmother, moved up north for better opportunities, and they created a life out there. But my father came back every summer to work in the fields, the tobacco fields, and with his family. And eventually we were brought back to our lands. And the correlation between where I was from in Connecticut on the Sound, we had oysters that used to grow on the Sound. But because of pollution, they were no longer able to live and thrive. And the waters were so dirty that a lot of people lost their livelihoods because of that.
And I feel as though that correlates with the mussels in the rivers here and how important it is to stop this from happening beforehand and not try to take action afterwards.
Thank you so much. In closing, what would both of you ask of the judges here today?
I would just ask, I'd like to say everything that everyone before me has said, that we stop this from continuing to happen. And we make sure laws are put in place to protect us in the future. Go back.
I asked the same thing because it pains me to see what I've seen today. And why should anybody else go through that? I think that there are other fuels that we can find to use that's much more safe. And I'd like to actually talk about earthquakes or say a little something about it. I was home one day and I heard this big boom, and I thought that the tree on the hill had fallen on my house. I was in my basement when I heard this, and the tree would have been on the opposite end of the house. And I ran up and everything was fine. I went outside, everything was fine. The skies were beautiful, the birds were singing. I called my mayor. I said, what was that noise? He said, I don't know. It was probably, we have Occoneechee Mountain in Hillsborough. He said it was probably one side of the mountain is being mined, and the other side of the mountain is Occoneechee Natural Area. I called one of the town council members. I said, what's that noise? He said, I'm not in Hillsborough. I don't know what you're talking about. The next day, it was an earthquake. And I thought it happened outside my house. And I think it happened somewhere in Virginia, wasn't it? So if we have a pipeline, what's going to protect that?
Thank you. The prosecution cedes the floor to Madam President.
Thank you so much for the traditional viewpoint that you've offered to us. See if any of the judges have any further questions. Well, when you do that good, I guess you don't even get questions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. The prosecution will call its final witness to the stand, Diacono Sachem Sam George. Thank you, Diacono Sachem Sam George, for being here today. Could you tell us why you are the appropriate and the right person to be here today to be witness to Mother Earth and her communities?
Well, like most of the witnesses, I speak for Mother Earth. Oh yeah, Crystal asked me to be here. And that being a sachem for the last 10 years has given me a learning on Mother Earth.
Can you tell us what it means to be a sachem?
I speak for those that aren't here yet. Most of the time when I do something, any decision I make, I have to decide if it's going to be okay for them when they get here. And this seems like a good opportunity to bring that up because there's going to be a lot of missing children or a lot of things missing if this continues. And we need to stop that from happening.
Thank you. As a tribal elder, as him, can you talk a little about the relationship, nature, your culture, and why that's important?
Well, before I go any further, I'd like to say something about, this is just a sample. The two-row treaty. It's just a sample, it's not the original. The original is about 12 inches long, about 3 inches wide. It was the original treaty that was brought from those that came across the ocean and wanted to be here and kind of like being here. And they wanted to stay, but they knew they couldn't stay because they had to talk to the people that were here. So they asked them if they could do that, and they both went back and had conversations. Well, when the people came back from the ocean people came back and talked to have a meeting, they said, well, first of all, we're going to call you our brothers, our children. And our elders laughed at them. No, we will be brothers. We will do this equally. So this treaty came about, called the two-row. There's 2 rows of purple. One is the ship that came across the ocean. The other one is the canoe that we're all in. And we go down this river of life side by side without interference. What I learned lately in the last 5 years or so is that the only thing that we can do is we can ask each other for help. We don't interfere. There's 3 lines in between there. It's I call peace, love, and respect between both of us. And that's how we need to keep it. So when I started to learn this, I started going among people, and I heard the question about how can they get away with this? They get away with it because you don't stand up for yourself and say, hey, that's not right. Can't do that. And from what I'm listening to, I'm probably going way off. What I'm listening to is that North Carolina doesn't have any of those that we have. I'm part of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. We are the original democracy that this Constitution was taken from our people. And the first words in that Constitution, I hope you all remember this, is we are the people. So it's the people that makes decisions for everyone, not government or anything else. And we do things all together. That's what causes the problems, and that's why, well, it's a whole history. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but it causes problems because of the colonization that happened among our people. Some of our government people now, we have one at our place. We call him a government agent because he does what government does. They got lots of money that gives them control. And they can buy anything they want.
Sachem, you have witnessed today so many of the impacts and so much information on the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Can you talk to us about, as someone who has experienced so much knowledge in your life, can you talk to us about how that made you feel and what you think should be done about the Mountain Valley Pipeline?
Well, when I hear the destruction of the smallest things that are happening in the river and the water, to the fish, to all the rest of the animals in that water, when I hear that going on, I know that the government's involved in that. We don't do that. We are the original environmentalists. That's our job, to take care of that environment. So a lot of the times I think about how I grew up, where I grew up at. And how does it affect our water waste? Because of the nuclear waste dump that was down the river. Eventually got into the water, and the same things happened here. That happened there. Can't go swimming anymore. Can't eat the fish. Or the crabs. Yeah, we used to collect all those little ones. Anyways, those are some of the things I said, well, we got to do something about that because there's going to be a generation coming up and we need to have them have that same clean water. Same opportunity to eat that fish. Same opportunity to enjoy what's going on rather than having to fight all the time for something that's going on.
You mentioned other generations, and the Mountain Valley Pipeline is something that has been discussed as temporal, as something that won't be here forever. Can you talk about why future generations are so important, particularly from the perspective of your culture, and relate that to some of these temporal issues of the pipeline?
I think you lost me there somewhere.
Tell us a little bit about future generations and why they're important to your people.
Oh, well, like I said, the way I grew up, I would like them to grow up too. And what I'm finding out that it's going to be a little bit impossible. Something that happened not too long ago, and I wanted to mention it to the judges, is that we had the Haudenosaunee environmental HETF. Anyways, we all the nations gather together and we deal with EPA. And every time we have a meeting with the EPA, it's the same thing. We complain about the same thing. We tell them they need to do this. We tell them that they need to do that. We don't ask them. We tell them that they need to do this. They come back the next year. What did you do? Oh, we forgot what you said. So we did it again this year. Only this time it was a little bit different because I told them I'm sick and tired of you guys coming back and saying you didn't hear us the first time. And from what I understand now, you didn't even hear the people when they said something about 25 years ago. What are you going to do now? That's going to be different. And the other thing that comes to mind when I talk about this stuff is the interior. I just saw that they were just up the road a little ways, helping the coal people, right?
Mm.
Why can't they come down here and help right here? Stop this line from happening because of what it's doing to everybody in its path. And what is the profit coming out of that line that keeps breaking all the time? I saw the damages that were done. Kind of reminds me of what happened to the one on the Dakotas when that line broke. And that's what's going to be happening. Every single line they put up is going to break because Mama doesn't like it. And she takes care of herself. My wife reminded me of the veins. That's her veins that are going on everywhere. And if you start messing with them, not going to be good. Earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. What else do you need? She's telling us if you don't straighten up, I'm going to get rid of you. I have my own things I got to take care of.
So then, Sachem, what would you ask of the judges today and of the tribunal?
I would ask you to gather all this information, take it to the highest government official, and tell him what he needs to do. Because he made a promise to everybody that he was going to do something about the indigenous folks. And that he has started doing things, but not the right things. What I understand today is that west of the Mississippi, they're all becoming government agents. because they're voting. They're getting money to have a building for education, for health. But it's coming from the government, and they all have stipulations on how you spend that money and how you use it. Well, you need to tell them we're not gonna do that. But this is what needs to happen about this pipeline. No more.
Thank you, Sachem. The prosecution closes its witnesses, closes its case. And please before the Madam President.
Thank you, esteemed Sachem. Do you have any questions of the judges? Thank you so much. That was very brief. And we are honored to have listened to all the experts and to the witnesses and to what's been said here. There is going to be a time, the defense didn't show, so we're going to hand this directly over to the earth prosecutor. Closes with statements.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And I say thank you for witnesses and our experts today. It's truly an honor and a privilege to hear you and be by you, our panel of judges, for sitting here today to consider important issues. I want to go over a number of issues that I've heard talked about today and elucidate on some pathways and some of the requests that have been made. First, I want to quote a friend, a Gullah Geechee friend, Zenobia Harper, who talks about the abundance of life and that there is abundance in this life. And I think that Dr. Kati and our other scientists, Alyssa Ganser, really express to us the beauty and abundance that is all around us and that science can provide for us. And we're so grateful for that. But we also saw from Russell Chisholm and from David Sly and from Mariah Clay how this abundance can be halted and life can be cut short. And I want to name those species. And since I'm not a natural scientist, you're going to forgive me, please. I'll of course refer to Dr. Kati's slide, but I want to talk a little bit. I want to name them. So in the name of the mussels, the freshwater mussels, in the name of the Roanoke endangered log perch, in the name of the candy darter, in the name of the eagle that Russell Chisholm mentioned that passed by the stream that he was taking pictures of, in the name of the beavers that were discussed and that pictures were shown of, in the name of the deer, in the name of the birds, in the name of the fish that we know are endangered and now I understand are carrying new life on them and with them and transporting that new life. So I want to name that abundance and that we remember that we already have the abundance that's already there. The second thing I'd like to recognize, thank you, so helpful, so very helpful for political scientists. I'd also like to name the biocultural rights. You know, in Atrato, in the Rio Atrato, in the River Atrato in Colombia, Colombia is one of the countries, and there are hundreds of rights of nature laws that have been passed. So while much gratitude goes to Seven Directions and Dr. Cavalier, she stands on a platform of many other defenders out there that have done this before, so we know it's possible. And in the Rio Atrato, the Judge Palacios recognized that the peoples that we heard from today, they could not exist without nature, that their very identity that Elder Branham spoke about, their very identity was so connected that should the River Atrato be gone, so would they be gone. And so for him, it was of the utmost crisis that, much like the biodiversity that our scientist friends talk about and the critical nature of that, the actual human diversity would be wiped away without nature. All of the beautiful languages that we've heard today, and while meanings are similar, they're unique and different. And why they're unique and different is they're biocultural, they're geographically located. There is such an importance of place, just like the muscle. I just had no idea how important muscles, how they're placed, how place-based they are, how absolutely fragile they are, and how fragile we all are to our places. So I want to highlight then the biocultural rights, so that even though we might not already have a quote unquote rights of nature law, we know we already have it, because we know without nature, our identities are extinct, right? And that's not just for indigenous communities, it's for all communities. It's for African American communities, it's for frontline communities, it's for all communities. I'd also like to point to the abundance of science and data that we have that clearly demonstrates, without a shadow of a doubt, the destruction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline and what it has done, not just to all of the beautiful species that I've mentioned, but what it's done to Monty, no, not Monty, the person in the video that Mariah showed, Maury Johnson and Russell Chisholm. The abundance of science is out there, but where science is lacking, and this is going to be my fault, social scientists, the mental crisis, the health crisis, the way of living, of being, and this goes to the Jones family, of the way you remembered growing up, Mr. Jones and Mrs. Jones, how you want your grandchildren to live. So we have a lot of science out there that's showing us that things are being destroyed, and we appreciate that from our scientist friends. But much like what Dr. Kati mentions, we need reconciliation with that science. We need a science to integrate, to move us forward in a healthy way, so that we can live holistic, healthy lives, where we can flourish, where even humans can flourish and be restored too. There's definitely a restorative process that I noticed in here, because when the judges were asking the questions about reciprocity and reconciliation and restoration, I think what we also saw, and I heard it very clearly from Mr. Jones, I don't think we can get some of those things back. Some of them are lost forever, like the trees that Mrs. Jones pointed out. They're lost forever. We just can't lose this forever. And that goes also to a generation of trauma, generations, plural, of trauma, the fear, the anger, the frustration, the anguish, and the absolute destitution of knowing that your people, your livelihood could be destroyed forever. I think we all felt that deeply today. The other trauma, I love what Dr. Kati said. I'm not a natural scientist, so it didn't occur to me to think about the fact that the social foundations of the fish, that they can't see each other, and how horrifying that is for those species, and how that impacts their anguish, impacts us in so many ways that David Sly pointed out, we don't even know yet. So we don't even know what might be happening, how much worse it could be. And also we talked about violations, the number of violations that have already been documented. It's clear without a shadow of a doubt that there were 250 failures to protect in cases of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, the water. We know that there were 120 instances of sediment buildup in the water. There were 700 instances of sediment buildup on farmland. And I could go on and on and on about the statistics that were presented today. But it seems to me, if documentation is needed, the documentation is already there. In pictures, with drones, with scientific study and accumulation of empirical evidence exists. And so I'd like to think about the sacred waters that are now scarred waters, and that we demand they be returned to a place of reverence, not of resource. And finally, creating new pathways. We need new institutions. And one of the things that was not brought up is that the Mountain Valley Pipeline was also built to export this energy. That for local communities, much of this energy is not being used because the states of Virginia and North Carolina, for example, have climate action policies to reduce emissions. And so do the same utilities, Dominion and Duke, that were mentioned. And so where will this energy from the pipelines go if we're trying to reduce emissions? Are we scarring our own waters and lands so that we can export energy and dirty somewhere else? And so with that, we're here today because there are new options. There are better options. There are new old options. They always existed, but now we recognize them. Again, we wake up those teachings that were mentioned. And so there's another pathway, and that pathway is based on the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Mother Earth, recognizing the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, recognizing that a conversation does not mean consultation, does not mean commitment to a project, recognizing that Mother Earth has the right to live in dignity, recognizing the integrity of the interrelated nation relationships among all species, including humans, recognizing not just the biological diversity of animals and plants, but our own human biological diversity and the right of our cultural diversity that is attached to that. And so with that, we recognize the rights of the Haw River. We ask that our judges recognize the rights of all of the rivers that were mentioned here today, the Dan, the Haw, the Gauley, the creeks like Bradshaw that were mentioned, and Sinking Creek. We ask for those rights to be recognized in their tributaries. And we ask that North Carolina 795 be recognized, and we encourage our leadership to recognize and pass that. And so with that, I end with the quote I began with. We are the river, and the river is all of us. With that, the Earth prosecution rests her case.
We want to say thank you to your prosecutor, Pam Martin, for that powerful closing. And it gives us a lot to be able to take into deliberation, to come back to you in a few hours. So at this time, the court will be officially recessed. Thank you.
Yeah, hey.
Thank you so much, everybody. Just so you know that it's 2 now. For 2 hours for our judges to deliberate, to eat and to deliberate. And I would actually also like to thank everybody who did say that, because I think that we also spend our time in nature looking at very appreciating the swirls and the water.
Yes.
So I would like to also take that in mind.
Hold on,
Thank you so much, and we'll see each other in 2 hours.
Sorry, just say, box lunch, right? Everybody knows?
What,
Box lunch. Okay.
Would you give yours and come in?
Box lunches?
Yeah, do you mind? Okay, hey, I'm the judge.
Well, you're kind of like the head of the judge.
Their very identity was so connected that should the river Anato be gone, so would they be gone. And so for him, it was of the utmost crisis that, much like the biodiversity that our scientist friends talk about and the critical nature of that, the actual human diversity rights of nature law, we know we already have it, because we know without nature, our identities are extinct. And that's not just for indigenous communities, it's for all, it's for African American communities, it's for frontline communities, it's for all communities. I also like to point to the abundance of science and data that we have that clearly demonstrates without a shadow of a doubt the destruction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline and what it has done, not just to all of the beautiful species that I've mentioned, but what it's done to the person in the video that Mariah showed, Maury Johnson and Russell Chisholm. The abundance of science is out there, but where science is lacking, and this is going to be my fault, social scientists, the mental crisis, the health crisis, the way of living, of being, and this goes to the Jones family, of the way you remember growing up, Mr. Jones and Mrs. Jones, how you want your grandchildren to live. So we have a lot of science out there that's showing us that things are being destroyed, and we appreciate that from our scientist friends. But much like what Dr. Conti mentions, we need reconciliation with that science. We need the science to integrate to move us forward in a healthy way, so that we can live holistic, healthy lives, where we can flourish, where even humans can flourish and be restored too. There's definitely a restorative process that I noticed in here, because when the judges were asking the questions about reciprocity, reconciliation, and restoration, I think what we also saw, and I heard it very clearly from Mr. Jones, I don't think we can get some of those things back. Some of them are lost forever, like the trees that Mrs. Jones pointed out. They're lost forever. We just can't lose this forever. And that goes also to a generation of trauma, generations, plural, of trauma. The fear, the anger, the frustration, the anguish, and the absolute destitution of knowing that your people, your livelihood could be destroyed forever. I think we all felt that deeply today. The other trauma, I love what Dr. Conti said. I'm not a natural scientist, so it didn't occur to me to think about the fact that the social foundations of the fish, that they can't see each other. And how horrifying that is for those species. And how that impacts their anguish, impacts us in so many ways that, David Sly pointed out, we don't even know yet. We don't even know what might be happening, how much worse it could be. And also, we talked about violations. The number of violations that have already been documented, it's clear without a shadow of a doubt that there were 250 failures to protect in cases of the Mountain Valley Pipeline water. We know that there were 120 instances of sediment buildup in the water. There were 700 instances of sediment buildup on farmland. And I can go on and on and on about the statistics that were presented today. But it seems to me if documentation is needed, the documentation is already there. In pictures, with drones, with scientific study, an accumulation of empirical evidence exists. And so I like to think about the sacred waters that are now scarred waters. And that we demand they be returned to a place of reverence, not a resource. And finally, creating new pathways. We need new institutions. And one of the things that was not brought up is that the Mountain Valley Pipeline was also built to export this energy. That in local communities, much of this energy is not being used because the states of Virginia and North Carolina, for example, have climate action policies scarring our own waters and lands so that we can export energy and dirty somewhere else. And so with that, we're here today because there are new options. There are better options. There are new old options. They always existed, but now we recognize them. Again, we wake up those teachings that were mentioned. And so there's another pathway. That pathway is based on the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Mother Earth, recognizing the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, recognizing that conversation does not mean consultation, does not mean commitment to a project, recognizing that Mother Earth has the right to live in dignity, recognizing the integrity, the interrelated relationships among all species, including humans, recognizing not just the biological diversity of animals and plants, but our own human biological diversity and the right of our cultural diversity that is attached to that. And so with that, we recognize the rights of the Hall River. We ask that our judges recognize the rights of all of the rivers that were mentioned here today, the Dare, the Hall, the Gauley, the creeks like Bradshaw that were mentioned, and Sinking Creek. We ask for the rights to be recognized in their tributaries. And we ask that North Carolina 795 be recognized, and we encourage our leadership to recognize and pass that. And so with that, I end with the quote I began with. We are the river, and the river is all of us. With that, the Board of Prosecution rests her case.
And it gives us a lot to be able to take into deliberation and that to you in a few hours. So at this time, the court will be officially recessed.
And we will reconvene at 4 p.m. So we can give 2 hours for our judges to deliberate, to eat and to deliberate. And I would actually also like to thank everybody who put this space up, because I think that we also had our client, nature, looking at us very patiently, the squirrels and the water. So I would like to also thank that client to be present today. So thank you so much, and we'll see each other in 2 hours.
Thank you for your attendance, and we've done our best to come together with a verdict that will uphold the rights of indigenous peoples, as well as the impacted communities of all living things. And at this time, we'd like to offer this floor to Judge Patrick Soares to do his information.
Once again, Yahweh, Patrick, Lucy's, Chaka, manufacturing here in the nation on the stock plan. And today, I was able to listen to all the testimonies from all the experts and witnesses. Very moving. It made me to think about, as indigenous people, while we were chosen to be, for an island, to take care of our mother. Given us rights to do that. I believe the Creator gave us that right, and He knew that it was going to take care of our mother and defend her. And I think it would be fitting to read this, and I guess I'll keep George over there. His lessons to breathe it. Greetings to the natural world. I'm showing Thanksgiving address. If you want to repeat it today, but it didn't have time because it takes a long time to do this. So I'm going to read it in the English version. The people, today we gather and we see the cycles of life continue. We have been given the duty to live in balance and harmony with each other and all living things. So now we can bring our minds together as one, and we give greetings and thanks to each other It gives us joy that she continues to care for us as she did from the beginning of time. To our mother, we send our greetings and thanks. Now our minds are warm. The waters, we give thanks to all the waters of the world for quenching our thirst, providing us with strength. Water is life. We know its power in many forms: waterfalls, rains, mists, streams, rivers, and oceans. With one mind, we send our greetings and thanks to the spirit of the water. Now our minds are one. The fish, now we turn our minds to all the fish life in the water. They were instructed to cleanse and purify the water. They also give themselves to us as food. We are grateful that we can still find pure water. So now we turn to the fish, send our greetings and thanks. And our minds are one. The plants, now we turn to the vast fields of plants life, as far as the eye can see. The plants grow, working many wonders. They sustain many life forms. With our minds gathered, we give thanks and look forward to seeing plant life for many generations to come. And our minds are one. The food plants. With one mind, we turn in honor and thank all the food plants we harvest from the garden. Since the beginning of time,
The grains, the vegetables, the beans, the berries have helped the people survive. Many other living things draw strength from them too. We gather all the food plants together and we send our greetings of thanks. Now our minds are one. The medicine herbs. Now we turn to the medicine herbs of the world. From the beginning, they were instructed to take away their sickness. They have always been waiting and ready to heal us. We're happy that they are still among us and those few people who remember how to use these plants for healing. With one mind, we sing greetings and thanks to the medicines and the keepers of the medicine. Now our minds are one. The animals. We gather our minds together and sing greetings and thanks to all the animal life in the world. They have given us many things and teach us as people. We are honored by them as they give up their lives so we can use their bodies for food for our people. We see them near and far from our homes and deep in the forest. We are glad that they're still here, and we hope it will always be so. Now our minds are one. The trees. Now we turn our thoughts to the trees. The earth has many families of trees who have their own instruction and uses. Some provide us with shelter and shade, and others for fruit and beauty, and others useful things. Many people of the world use a tree as a symbol of peace and strength. With one mind, we greet and thank the tree life. Now our minds are one. The birds, we put our minds together as one and thank all the birds who move and fly about over our heads. The Creator gave them beautiful songs each day to remind us to enjoy and appreciate life. The eagle was chosen to be the leader. To all the birds, from the smallest to the largest, we send our joyful greetings and thanks. Now our minds are one. The four winds, we are thankful to the powers we know as the four winds. We hear their voices in the moving air as they refresh us and purify the air we breathe. They help us bring the change of the seasons. From the four directions they come, bringing us messages and giving us strength. With one mind, we send our greetings and thanks to the four winds. Now our minds are one. The thunders. Now we turn to the west to our grandfather, the thunder beings. Lift. With lightning and thunder voices, they bring with them the water that removes life. We are thankful that they keep those evil things under the ground. We bring our minds together as one and sing greetings to our grandfather, the thunders. Now our minds are one. The sun. We now sing greetings and thanks to our eldest brother, the sun. Each day without fail, he travels from east to west, bringing the light of a new day. He is the source of all the fires of life. With one mind, we sing greetings and thanks to our brother, the sun. Now our minds are one. Grandmother Moon. Put our minds together to give thanks to our oldest grandmother, the moon, who lights the night skies. She is the leader of all women all over the world as she governs the movements of the ocean tides. By her changing phases, we measure time, and it's the moon who watches over the arrival of our children here on earth. With one mind, we sing greetings and thanks to our grandmother, the moon, now a -1. The stars, we give thanks to the stars who spread across the sky like glory. We see them in the night, helping the moon to light the darkness and bring dew to the gardens and growing things. We travel at night to guide us home with one mind. We gather together as one and send our greetings to thanks to the stars, now in -1. The Creator, now we turn our thoughts to the Creator in great spirit and send greetings and thanks to all the gifts of creation, everything we need to live a good life here on Mother Earth. For all the love that is still around us, we gather our minds together as one. We send our choices of words and greetings to thank the Creator, now -1. In closing, and we have arrived to a place where we end our words. All the things we have named is not our intention to leave anything out. If something was forgotten, we leave it to each other as individuals to send greetings and thanks in their own way. Now -1. That sums up everything that we went over today about the rights of nature and how we should take care of our mother and be thankful for the things that she provides us. But I'd just like to thank y'all for giving me an opportunity to be up here. It's very, it's an honor to be amongst these judges. So, no way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing this together. I appreciate it. At this time, we recognize Lamisha. We really appreciate all of her knowledge and the things that you bring to us.
Thank you, President. Hashi swello. I none hashwana rot, Mamya Kopi Tarashi rot, and none Tarashi rot, Ea rot Tarash. I give you honor and greetings on behalf of my group, my tribe, the Afro-Indigenous Collective, the Apawachi Muscogans. We are the originals from the Appalachians. And I appreciate Dr. Crystal Cavalier. I want to give honor where honor is due. For you to see the mountain people and to call us out of the hills to stand in solidarity with you and your ancestors. We appreciate you and trusting in us. Just that honor. But also seeing us as an Afro-Indigenous collective and understanding what our legacy is. And I want to give honor, as I did in our language, to Father and to Mother Earth, from which all our blessings and our origin story begins. You've heard over and over again that there was a first rule, there was a first commandment, as we call it in our group. And I want to give honor to my mother, our lead matriarch now of our family, but also of our entire line since the transition of my grandmother, very recent. She's here, Sonia Staley Whittington, leader and lead matriarch. I want to honor my father who was here, Robert Whittington of the Perkins line, if you know anything about the Ohioan Perkins and the Palmucky and the Powhatans, and honor my brother, Robert Jr., and honoring all of our collective members who are here right now and were present all throughout today. When we heard environmental justice today, I understood and it resonated with my soul that that was not just a call of policy and of what was enshrined. Environmental justice was birthed because we birthed it with our blood, with our sweat, with our tears, with our sacrifices, but also with our freedom songs that was etched in us from the original Genesis. When we were told to take care of the earth, when we were told to take dominion, when we were told to name the plants and the animals and to love them as an extension of ourselves, it was because we are the children of earth. Of course, the daughters and the sons. And even when we talk about our people, we are the descendants and the legacy, environmental justice. We are the descendants, we are the children. So of course, this change begins with us. This court supersedes the courts of the United States of the government, because where do you think the government came from? So as I heard legacy from testimony, I heard the word legacy. I heard the word that folks, the Andersons grew up, Mr. Anderson grew up on his family farm, the loss of land and the desecration of burial grounds. I heard water contamination over and over and over again. And I need y'all to understand that as we are talking about this today, as the deliberation comes, as President Camp Horinek will deliver that later after all of our total comments, we have to understand that the inception of this nation was built on the extraction of our people and of Mother Earth. It was the extraction of her first that gave the plan of how to extract from us. We are her. I tell folks, just because you move across the sea, there may not be a Democrat, there may not be a Republican, there may not be an independent, but you better sure hope there's earth under your feet. And you better sure hope there's clean air to breathe. And you better sure hope there's water to drink. So when we talk about environmental justice, we have to understand that the Native American and the indigenous Holocaust, the original Holocaust, come on, y'all, the largest Holocaust was on these grounds. Where do you think they got the name from when they oppressed the second group of people? It's the largest. And when they did Holocaust, it was genocide, it was erasure, but it was also paper genocide, where they erased us in the brown paper bag test. It was our grandmothers who were separated from their sisters who were dark skinned and the light skinned. It was those who were enslaved. It wasn't just taken, we were joined in the U.S. chattel slavery. Do you understand me? We were erased by paper. This is our reclamation. This is global. This is environmental justice. When they put down the plantations, they were like, we want to steal the land. Let's move the people. Let's take their lands. Let's discard the trees. And then we need to make an economic capitalization off of these people. So let's make them toil on their own land, on their own soil, and make them extract from their mother, make them forget who birthed them, and let's make all the money we can. That is the inception of this nation. We do not yield to that. President told us to disobey. That is what we did today. I tell folks, when you want to talk about environmental justice, when you want to talk about how we are collectively, we're all different people, we're a mosaic. But we are bound by the systems of oppression. We are bound by our Mother Earth, but we are also bound by the desecration of our mother. And so when those plantations came in, baby, they didn't get erased in emancipation. They were turned from plantation to corporation. It went from industrial plantation to industrial corporation. It went from manufacturing plantation to manufacturing corporation. Why do you think we call it slave wages today? Where do you think it came from? Why do you think those are the people who don't have adequate health insurance or housing? Why do you think they were the first to contract COVID-19 in these poultry farms and these hog farms and the various places that we're talking about now are being dumped on by this very pipeline? That is environmental justice and was birthed here in North Carolina. So I honor you. I appreciate you and your people for bringing the environmental justice movement to Alamance County, for bringing it into today. We've been a part of this movement the long arc from the elders birthing it. We have carried the baton. This is you carrying the baton. This is environmental justice because it is just us.
To paraphrase the colonists, we recognize this truth to be. Yeah, I think we can go now. Thank you, my young relative. Your soul is old and we feel everything you said. Yeah. Oh, incredibly beautiful. I'm gonna live with that one for quite a while. Thank you. Thank you. We have another intervention at this time by our Mashpee Wampanoag relative, Hartman Dietz.
Joey Clausen, the Texas Hartman Dietz. Clausen, CPI, named by CP Wampanoag. Top testimony to make a no action, what's your piece of That's what you want me, how I need you up, you support. Yeah, thank you, for being here today, everybody. I'm gonna give thanks to the ancestors, give thanks to the Creator. Let you know my name is Harden, and I'm from the Master, I'm a Master Wampanoag. It's not too often I'm pretty confident speaking, not too often I'm intimidated to follow something. What do I say now?
I'm glad I went first.
I was talking with Shanae earlier, saying that when I was first asked to sit, as a judge in this body, I responded back that I didn't feel qualified. I felt as if I didn't have the qualifications necessary. I was told that I did, and I hope that I can live up to those qualifications. But there is a sense of oh, do I really belong here? And yet, was there any doubt when those folks came off the Mayflower and started persecuting us for praying to the Creator the way that we always prayed?
Yes.
They didn't have any feeling of doubt or imposter syndrome that their judgments, that their courts, that their law was invalid, that they didn't have a place, that they didn't belong, that they were overstepping their bounds. And we here have to realize that we are empowered. And this is every bit as much our right to take the power that we have as human beings and act on it, because our future and our survival depends on it.
Yes. That's well.
If they can't see it, we have to just go around them like water. Because soon they'll find that there is no other way. There is no other way. And in that, we're creating the future that we want. We're creating a future that's good. We're creating a future that's healthy. And we do that by empowering ourselves and realizing that we belong, that these are the right way to do things. This is how we get justice. This is how we get true rule of law, not just might makes right, which is the laws that we've been living under for too long. In this, we heard, so much amazing testimony. Thank you to all the fellow judges that I'm sitting with, and movement rights and 7 directions of service, and everybody who's helped make this possible here today. In that, some of the things that we talked about today, we talked through a lot of things. I mean, God, it was a lot of information, but just some of the things that stuck out to me. I guess I'm just going to start off with just saying that consultation is not consent.
Right.
MVP and Southgate projects have communicated with the community. They've received statements, but they've chosen to ignore and disregard the many objections and complaints and move forward with their project without consent. Non-consensual. What else is non-consensual? And how are they treating our Mother Earth?
That's right.
We all know. And then in addition, the lack of engineering oversight and suspension of fundamental permitting processes. They've allowed a construction of a pipeline that doesn't meet the standards of health and safety on an operational pipeline. If they were going to build a skyscraper on cement up into the air, they would still need to make sure that it met certain guidelines, that it wasn't going to fall down on top of people. And yet they've suspended and done away with that to just get it done as quickly as they can without regard to any kind of functionality or safety or, if it's going to work. You know, the overexposure of the pipes to the elements, as well as the running of pipes at grades that exceed the engineering specs that these pipes were designed for, create conditions that guarantee preemptive failure. And the thing is that 100% of pipes fail 100% of the time. And about 80% fail within the first 10 years.
Wow.
But 100% fail 100% of the time. And, you know, these are the 80% at 10 years is, you know, when their conditions are ideal, when they're moving across relatively flat surfaces. And what we will see when these failures happen, because they will happen if they've built them beyond the specs that they're meant for, that they're engineered for, we will see irreparable harms to the river and its ecosystem, such as the irreversible extinction of species that will be lost from this world forever. And if this isn't a clear violation of the rights of nature, I don't know what is. You know, so with that, you know, I can't help but see that this is clearly an absolute violation of the rights of the river to be able to continue to exist as a healthy body of water in the natural systems, and all the things that depend on it are all at risk from this project. I'll turn it back over to our president.
Thank you so much for that intervention and for the truth that are being told here. The empowerment of our people, the empowerment of all human beings to understand the natural place that we are in the scheme of nature is that, again, as so many said, we are dependent on nature. She'll do just fine without us. So, yeah. At this time, I want to recognize our judge, Heather Milton Lightning, Anishinaabe, Blackfoot, Dakota. I don't know how to pronounce the other tribe there. And from Treaty 4. And thank you for being here with us today.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam President. It's really fun to say.
Thank you. I like it.
Oh boy. So y'all gave us a big job to do in like 2 hours, so we're doing our best. Yeah, I really just wanted to acknowledge the process of colonization. I feel like everyone said it in their testimony or alluded to it or talked about the impacts of colonization. And I want to just hold that for a second. You know, I think I really appreciate what Crystal was mentioning about the domestication of tribes. You know, one of the conversations that we talked about was inherent rights and title. Where I come from, where we have signed treaties, and that's the way I look at myself. I'm a rights and title holder, right? And it's really understanding that it's not just through those treaties that inherent rights and title exist, but through the rights of nature, inherent rights and title exists for all beings, right? And that predates anything like US empire, US dominance, right? Or the corporate body or any of these other laws and legislation. We understand, and someone said it, you know, we are the ones that have the power to do these things, and it's very true. I took some notes because it was a lot, so just give me a minute here. I also just wanted to acknowledge what everyone was talking about and recognize the need for decolonization, right? I know it can be a really lingo-y word, but it's actually really important in this moment. Because really, if we think about decolonization, it's not just something that we're talking about, it's a practice, it's a way of life. I would say it's interwoven into our spirituality, into our ceremonies, to the practices of our language, into our therapy, into our healing, into all of our ways of life. And those are really important strategies and things that we have to do in order to really take down the structures that uphold capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and of course, colonial structures, right? Like the US empire. I also just really wanted to appreciate the science, the research, and reminding us how the tiniest bacteria, the tiniest little muscles, how they play such a critical role in the web of life. And that also is a really important thing for us to continually remind ourselves as humans that someone said it, we're the newest life form out of all of those things. But we have a responsibility and a duty to protect all of those things. And that also, again, is the idea of like this theory, this practice of decolonization. I really want to appreciate the elders and non-elders who don't want to call themselves elders, that talked about the importance about thinking about their grandchildren, about thinking about the future into 7 generations and beyond, and what that really means. And it's not just like our children, it's also that when we say that, we're exemplifying, we're embodying all of nature, as we've seen all the animals that came and watched us today and all the beings outside. We also have heard constantly, acknowledging the impacts that the current way that we're forced to live right now and what it's doing to us. And I really just wanted to appreciate, the inclusion of things like air pollution and sound and light and noise, and understanding that even sediment can be a pollution and impact environments and how delicate these systems are. And really, if we're going to decolonize, it really has to be from thinking from that very small bacteria to the largest of the beings that exist in our lives and in our world. I also just wanted to acknowledge that true decolonization will take all of us demanding, standing up, and being strong voices, grounding in the question an understanding of what will their life be like. I heard someone say that today, and it really resonated with me, to think about the animals and all of the beings that exist in life as what are their lives like? They're beings, they're not just things. And I think that's a thing where we've always had fights as Indigenous people with environmentalists, because they see the environment as existential, whereas we see ourselves as a part of it, right? And so it's, again, reminding ourselves of that. Understanding that decolonization and upholding the rights of nature means reframing, reshaping, restoring, reclaiming ways of life that do no harm. Understanding that our laws as Indigenous people, our original structures, our original instructions must be the center from which we operate and from which we move forward. We understand that just transition requires upholding Indigenous worldview and Indigenous cosmology as the center to move forward. To me, just transition just isn't about a new energy structure, isn't new forms like renewable energy. It's the way we give birth. It's the way we speak our languages. It's the way we do our ceremonies. It's the way we eat food. It's the way we take care of our nervous systems and our brains and the trauma that we carry. It's all of those things. That's what just transition is. It's actually our whole worldview encompassed in moving forward. It's not just a transition from dirty energy. It's a transition from a dirty structure of way of life. So I just wanted to give thanks to all of those that were here on Zoom as well. We see you up there. Hi, Penny. For participating today and listening and being here. It really means a lot. And I also, someone from Canada, not here in the territory, my understanding from our people back home is sometimes we just need to gather to be together. This work is really hard, and I want to just really take a minute to acknowledge you and all the work that you do, because you love your people, right? You love your way of life. And sometimes we're alone in this work and we need each other. And I know it's really hard. And I heard that from you. I heard the grief. And we know that we live in places that cause us trauma. We know that we carry the trauma of generations past. But I think the thing that I'm really excited about is that we have the duty and responsibility to heal. And what that really means, and I've heard it, all of you have said it in different ways, our responsibility to not only ourselves, but to future generations to heal these wounds, because it is possible to stop the passing of trauma.
Yes.
And it is possible to heal all of these things.
Yes.
You know, it may not be the same as it was, but change is constant. Our culture evolves to it. Our treaties evolve to
Yes.
culture. Change is good and it's hard and it's painful, but it's also really beautiful. And I wanted to just acknowledge each one of you for the work that you're doing and the contributions you're making, not only for yourself, for future generations, for your communities, for your nations, and all the work that you're doing as grandmothers, as mothers, as uncles and aunties, as daughters, as sisters and brothers and uncles. You know, the last thing I was thinking about, you know, we do a lot of advocacy work in different international arenas, and we keep telling people, you know, Indigenous rights, Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous livelihoods and way of being, you know, Indigenous food, our agricultural systems, our connection with water and the forest, the management, all of the things, the practices that we do, those are the solutions to these big things like climate change. These are the solutions to things like patriarchy, to racism, to white supremacy, to colonization. And so I just want to say thank you to the organizers for all of your hard work, for ensuring that this is an Indigenous tribunal, because it does really mean something. You know, it's really important as Indigenous people to keep on taking up space. And I want to encourage all the young people in here, take up as much space as you need to. Don't ask for things, demand them. If you know that it's truth and you know that it's right, demand that space. You heard our elders speaking about that, about how important it is for us to use the language of demand, to use strong language, to stand in your truth and to stand in your power. And the only reason we know that is because our elders have done that for us and modeled that for us. And so I really just want to encourage you and say thank you to each and every one of you. And this was a lot of information. It was really good. And we really appreciate all of the testimony. And I'm sure there's much more in this room. But thank you for being here and thank you for your participation and all of your help today.
It's a powerful moment. I want to say thank you to the great mystery for this gathering that we're sitting in at this time. Will the culmination of each and every spirit that is present here in human form and in every other living form. As I was listening to the phenomenal wisdom and spirit of each of these judges that are sitting here within their ancestors' understanding of being a prayer that's answered. You are those answers to what your ancestors were hoping for. And you are sharing the information that we all needed to hear to be able to go forward as prayerful warriors, warriors for our Mother the Earth, and all of the gifts that she offers us as our own mothers did, to nurture us, to feed us, to nurse us, to instill values in us that have been from time immemorial. I want to say thank you to the 7 generations of service and to the people that brought you forward to this place to invite us. I want to say thank you to the land itself for allowing us to be here, and that silly little black snake that came in our room. Kind of like, well, you know, when you step on it barefoot, you have a different perspective than Mama does. It definitely woke us up, and I had to do a lot of wondering, what does that mean? I still don't know. I want to say thank you to Movement Rights for all that you have done, and for my own daughter, who also works with Movement Rights as a Plains coordinator, and our dear girl, and Katie, Shannon. Want to say thank you to Natty Green, and Global Alliance of the Rights of Nature, and for the hard work I see you do all the time, the joyful work. Now we get to watch your children grow as you watch this organization grow to now over 30 countries and regions that are enacting rights of nature. It seems a bit silly since there are natural laws in place, but okay. We can do that too. And as the Ponca have embraced the immutable Ponca rights of nature and the rights of the rivers as a way to deal with the extractive industry and to help them. It's a difficult road that we're walking, this red road, this decolonized road, while we recognize the colonization of other minds, of other ways of being. Our original teachings tell us when someone does something wrong, you're supposed to pity them and pray for them. And that's the place that I try to stay in, is to pity those minds that think that that false sense of being, of money in a bank is a reality. I can't even understand how they got there, although I always admit I have a plastic card. And it bequeaths me with a cheeseburger every now and then. So I too have to play a little part in that game. But sitting here with each and every story that came forth, each and every thought, each and every prayer, each and every bit of knowledge that the expert witnesses offered, and that your hearts brought forth from your communities, and every way that the indigenous viewpoint was presented enriched all of us, everyone present and everyone that is out there in that secret web of life that goes out over the internet. And it's been a growth that I don't think any of us will ever forget. It's going to be embedded in our spirits. And I want to remind you, you are now history. That the stance that you're taking on behalf of your mother, my mother, the mother we all share, the Father Sky, and our relatives in whatever form they take, will be what your legacy is. And as this world turns, as the Father Son makes the journey, and the star nations watch us grow, and the ancestors imbue us with further knowledges to help walk this red road. The ones that come after us will remember this day as a day in history that they can stand on and say, those are my ancestors. Those are the ones that literally made the path that I'm walking on right now in health and well-being, who changed the way that humankind interacted with all that is. That was the day, that was the time that balance began to be restored. And that's who you are, each and every participant, each and every thought, each and every spirit that gave of itself to be here today. When according to the ways that I'm taught, we could be doing anything. Roller skating, no, just kidding. I still can't do that. But we could have chosen anything to do today. And yet we chose this because this is what we're led to do. This is our honor, not just our duty and our responsibility, which it is, but our honor to sit among each other in this sacred way and give voice to those without voice that speak this language. And it makes me very proud. There are many things that came about today, many testimonies, many understandings that will be included in a larger document. But at this time, I will read a bit of our findings. And this was just brought up to me, and it has some very useful information here. This tribunal is an ethical court charged to uphold natural law and to call out human laws that fail justice, including, number one, that nature is human property. Number two, that corporations are right holders. They are not.
That's right.
Corporations are human property, which is legal fiction. Rights are not gifts from any government. They are inherent and immutable. So it is the findings of this tribunal. Number one, Mountain Valley Pipeline is a violation of the rights of nature and should be stopped. And as the audience was asked and witnessed to say if the pipeline was necessary or offered any value by a show of hands, unanimously, all of you said no. So powerful. Thank you. Number two, the Mountain Valley Pipeline Southgate should not be approved. Number three, tribunal demands to elevate this case to the International Rights of Nature Tribunal. Because it exemplifies everything that's happening to the indigenous communities worldwide, as well as other communities. The Mountain Valley Pipeline is a violation of the rights of nature and the rights of the rivers. Number four, tribunal demands bringing this case to other international bodies, including the United Nations, IUCN, CBD, etc. Five, tribunal recommends this case be brought before appropriate federal, state, local agencies as a violation of existing law, including the Endangered Species Act and rights of nature and rights of rivers. Number six, we demand the repeal section of 324 of the 2023 Fiscal Responsibility Act. Number seven, we as an indigenous tribunal recognize the inherent rights of the rivers river ecosystems, and riversheds. The inherent rights of indigenous people and inherent rights of nature. Number 8, we recognize the impacts and desecration of keystone species and living entities, that they are a violation. Number 9, existing and unjust law says that corporations are right holders. We recognize the rights of nature apply to living species and the system of life only, and are placed over corporate so-called rights. Number 10, as indigenous people, we recognize that what happens to Mother Earth happens to us all, and recognize that there is a direct correlation between pipelines and MMIP, MMIWG2S+. Number 11, Tribunal accepts the recommendations made to visit the sites of impacted and potentially impacted communities. A lot of recommendations alluded to the need for laws that protect all of us. Number 12, tribunal judges recognize that there are many issues that need to be investigated, and as we move this to a higher tribunal, we will endeavor to research and include all of those. We also ask for the implementation, not ask for, we demand the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And with that, court is adjourned. Oh my gosh.
We're moving closer. There we go.
Madam President, I was gratefully given permission to make it quick and happy if I may. My name is Jackson Ball, and first of all, I reject the euphemism natural gas. It's methane fracking gas, an acronym of which is MF gas. I told you earlier, there's only one thing to do to stop this madness, which is to quit investing in fossil fuels. I want everybody to know that Duke Energy is finalizing plans on a methane gas plant that let you know.
Thank you very much, and we'll continue conversations when we're out of this area. Want to say thank you to all of the judges. I really appreciate you, and thank you to all of you. And I want to offer a song, if I might, to the sacred water. Nikanitazi with the humbly, with the humbly, with the humbly. Nikanitazi with the humbly. Nikanitazi with the humbly, with the humbly, with the humbly. Nikanitazi with the humbly. Nikanitazi with the harmony, with the harmony, with the harmony. Nikanitausi, with the harmony. Nikanitausi, with the harmony, with the harmony, with the harmony. Nikanitausi, with the harmony.
As Secretary, I'd like to say that what's going to happen next is that the Secretary is officially open for public information reports with the council for the final verdict. We will be asking the judges to be writing the verdict that we expect to be coming out in the following months. And we will take these recommendations to the judges assembly of the International Rights Tribunal, because there will be a session of the International Rights Tribunal happening in September during Climate Week in New York, talking about the post-new era, and so that take itself then to the COP30 in Brazil in 2025. So we're hoping to take this recommendation to the International Rights Tribunal, as well as the verdict that we're reading with these amazing judges. So thank you so much, and thank you all for the
No pressure.